Welcome, welcome, Phoenix, Arizona. Woo! This will be our grand finale. Incredible. 5 more days. 5 more days to choose between good and evil. You have 5 days to choose from a leader who stands for strength. That's Donald J. Trump. I am John Van Heerden. This is my son, Jeff, from Sambrosa.com. We're the title sponsor of this tour. We want to thank you all for all the funds raised today on this event, which will be going to support all those affected by Hurricane Helene and Milton. Thank you so much. I also want to thank all our incredible sponsors. First of all, I want to thank the Mums for America. They're an incredible organization. They reach millions of mums across America, completely across America. Also, Joe from Texas. What an incredible movement he's got going, inspiring. Look him up at joefromtexas.com. And then we have Cardio Miracle, keeps you healthy. Look them up at cardiomiracle.com. Liberty Safe and YRAFI.com, a company that helps refinance student loans. And then we have Conservative Partnership Institute, is a great non-profit organization. Thank you all so much. Today, we are at a crucial time in our nation's history. What we need now is a strong, fearless leader who will fight for our health and fight for our rights, and most importantly, fight for our children's safety. I know one leader who will fight for all Americans, and that is Donald J. Trump. As a company, we are rooted in these principles that guide us towards a mission greater than ourselves. To help end all child trafficking, we are pledging a minimum of 10% of our profits to this cause. Because God's children are not for sale. President Donald J. Trump fights for every American every day, standing for faith, family, and freedom. We proudly support and dedication to good Christian values and his commitment to putting America first. We are the title sponsor of this tour because we support Donald Trump and his dedication to America, and Tucker Carlson for his bold voice in the media. Although Tucker's insights may be eye-opening, they may also keep you awake at night.
And that's where we come in. And we are not Big Pharma. Sambrosa.com is family-owned and family-operated, and we only believe in carrying the highest quality products that are non-addictive and that are non-habit forming. Our product is made from honey, 7 organic herbs, and a small dose of antihistamine. designed to help you relax and get you the rest you need and deserve. But I do got to be upfront with you. There is one side effect that most of you all will experience, and that's a solid 8 hours of rest. We're so confident in Sambrosa that if you scan the QR code on the screen behind me or on the pamphlets that were in the seats, we will send you all a free 10-night supply bottle, and that's our way of saying thank you for showing up here tonight. And when you support us, you're not just buying a good night's rest. You're also helping in the fight to stop all child trafficking. So please enjoy the sample and enjoy this show. And remember, while Tucker is here to wake us all up to the realities of this world, Sambrosa will be right here to make America sleep great again. God bless America, and God bless you all. And God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Now let me please introduce Billy Cervini.
What's happening, Phoenix? All right. Look at you people. This is amazing. My name is Billy Cervini. I'm a songwriter. And this is not a Halloween costume. I'm a priest. And I live in Jacksonville, Florida. It's great to be here with you guys. We live in a crazy time where people are calling evil things good and good things evil. But if you lean in, you can hear a deeper voice. And it's God's voice. It's the voice of truth, and He's on the move. Can you hear it? Yeah. I want to play a song for you that's about leaning in and listening for that voice. It's called AM Radio. Pocket full of hesitation and an ashtray full of change. 13 more miles of reservations. And it's starting to look like rain, and I'm going. Long gone. I'm wearing my best regrets like St. Christopher on a chain. And I can't seem to forget myself. I don't want to explain. It feels so wrong, so wrong. 'Cause the silver words I need are coming slow. They're far off in my mind, like a song I'd find on an AM radio. And I listened all night long. And as I sit and stare, I wonder where those silver words are gone. Where they gone? Where they gone? I got cigarettes on my breath, thoughts all taste the same. And I can't remember yet this worn out feeling has a name, and you know it, dude. And it's been long, so long. And silver words I need are coming slow, far off in my mind, like a song I'd find on an AM radio. And I listened all night long. As I sit and stare, I wonder where those silver words are gone. Where they gone? Where they gone? Where they gone? All right, thank you so much. Hey, 1 second, I'm going to say a little prayer. We're going to open tonight. We're going to say a prayer. Bow your heads with me. Father God, I thank you for this room. I thank you for every story in this room. Come, Holy Spirit, would you dwell mightily in this place? Would you open the eyes of our heart? Lord, thank you for this great country. Lord, thank you for the blessings you poured out on us. Lord, I pray right now, would you send a revival in America? Would you send a revival in America? Would every knee would bow, every tongue would confess that you are Lord Jesus. And as we wrap this election season, Lord, help us to believe that you sit on the throne and you got this. We love you, Lord, and we pray this all in your name, Jesus. Amen. Amen. Y'all bring up Jason Hewlett.
Hello, Phoenix. How are you tonight? Wow, what a great night. We are going to have fun tonight. We are going to talk about freedom in America. We are going to talk about family. We're going to talk about the Constitution, and we're going to get to see on stage number 47. Whoa, I'm excited. But you know, one of the things that when I asked Tucker what he wanted us to do tonight, he said we wanted energy, we wanted to feel the love, we wanted to also make sure that we realize that everyone has a voice, everyone has something that makes them unique, that must share. It is divinely inspired upon each of us to do so. And so I thought, you know what, I'd love to show you what happens when I sometimes take the stage and I get to do some musical voices that are fun. I hope you guys are cool with a little bit of a short intro. It goes like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome the man of 1,000 voices and 34,557 faces, Jason Hewlett.
Yeah, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go back and do do some music from the old time's sakes. I hope you remember the Four Tops. You ready? Sing along with me. It goes like this. Ooh, sugar pie, honey bunch. Sing it. You know that I love you. Oh, I can't help myself. I love you and nobody else. Yeah, in and out my life. You come and you go. Leaving just your picture behind. And I've kissed it 1,000 times. Let's do some Smokey Robinson. Here we go.
Oh yeah, yeah. If there's a smile upon my face, it's only that trying to fool the family. But when it comes down to fooling you, now honey, that's quite a different subject. Really, I'm sad. Oh, I'm sad, I'm sad. Ooh, there's a sad thing to know the man, but ain't too much sadder than the tears of a clown when there's no one around. Oh yeah.
All right, how about the Temptations? A special treat. They're all here tonight. It was the 3rd of September. A day I'll always remember. Yes, I will.
There was a day.
That my daddy died.
Well, yeah. Papa was a rolling stone. Oh, well.
Wherever he laid his head was his home.
And when he died,
All he left us was alone. Oh, yes, he did, Mama.
Papa was a rolling stone. Oh, well.
Wherever he laid his head was his home.
And when he died,
All he left us was alone. Oh, yes, he did, Mama. Yeah, there you go. I love those voices, and like I say, everyone has a different voice, something that makes them stand out in a sit-down world. I call it a signature move, and I can make fun of any singer just by leaning into their signature move. Now, some of you are too young to even know the voices I just did, but I hope that you've heard those songs. I hope also that I don't even have to make fun. I just have to do it exactly like the artist sang it, and you're going to laugh. For example, how about REO Speedwagon? Anybody remember these guys? All right. I'm just going to overemphasize the letter R because that's what he did when he sang. If you want to put on your lights, this is the time. I hope this takes you back to the high school dance with the person you didn't want to be with. Sing it if you know it. Overemphasizing the letter R. It goes like this.
I can't fight this feeling any longer, yet I'm still afraid to let it flow. When started out as friendship has grown stronger, only wish I had the strength to let it show.
If you know it, sing along. Come on.
And I can't fight this feeling anymore.
Yeah.
I've forgotten what I started fighting for. And if I have to crawl upon the floor and come and crash into your door, then maybe I can't fight this feeling anymore.
Yes, good job, everybody. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Any Journey fans out there? Yeah. All right, well, truth is, I grew up idolizing a guy named Weird Al. Yeah. Weird Al changes the words to the song, and I always thought, what if I changed a couple words to a great Journey song and absolutely ruin it for everybody? I hope you enjoy this version of it. It goes like this. are so thrilled that you are here tonight, and what a great evening we have planned for you. We have a lot of incredible speakers that will be taking the stage in just a moment, and such a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Jason Hewlett, and you have never heard of me before, most of you, because I've been doing corporate dates for 25 years until in September I did a show with Tucker Carlson and Glenn Beck in Salt Lake City. And they saw me perform and they said, why don't you go on the road with us? And so the next thing I knew, Tucker was bringing me around to all of his audiences across America. It was amazing. I love that man. He's a great man. And I'll tell you, when I was asking him what some of his favorites were, he likes the rock and roll. I mean, he's just a rock kind of guy. And I thought, you know, it'd be fun to try one that's actually really hard on my voice. But I thought I'd bring it out of retirement. I haven't done this in 10 years, but this is a fun one. Any Guns N' Roses fans here? Yeah? I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to a favorite song of yours. But as a kid, I remember trying this voice. It was very hard. And Axl Rose, that's a tough one. But then I watched The Simpsons. And it became clear, it's just the voice of Marge Simpson singing, isn't it? So here they are together, Marge and Axl. Yeah, here we go. Simpson.
Now and then when I see her face, she takes me away to that special place where if I stand too long, I'd probably break down and cry. Oh, whoa, 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 sweet shot of mine. Oh, whoa, 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 sweet love of mine. Oh, Axl.
You guys are like, that was disturbingly good. I don't know what just happened. This music was introduced to me by my parents. I'm thankful for them. In fact, my dad, he used to make me listen to his music while I was trapped in the car with him. We would travel around and he would have his favorite song on. You know, and he'd sing along. He'd have the windows down, sunroof open, 3 hairs flapping in the wind. He'd be singing to his favorite group, which was a group from the 70s called Seals and Crofts. Yeah. I remember as a kid thinking, how did they get a record deal? But man, then I started to realize this is one of the great singing groups of all time. Now what happened is I realized if I could make my dad laugh, then that was the holy grail, right? To make your dad laugh. And so I came up with this parody when I was a kid. I found out I could do the voice, and anyone here can do the voice. And by the way, if you don't know who these guys are, Seals and Crofts, if you're too young, just go to a Ross or a TJ Maxx. It plays on a cycle while you're shopping. All right, I'm glad you like that. I can tell that you are people that like to drive and sing in your car, whether there are people there or not. maybe it's better when there's no one around because you don't usually know the words to every song, and yet you're not gonna let that stop you. Do you remember the Doobie Brothers Michael McDonald years by any chance? You ever been driving down the road and this classic comes on? Yeah. You know you love it. You just have no idea what the words are. You're not gonna let that stop you. You're gonna sing your guts out. Yeah. I go for somewhere back in the summer, oh yeah. I found out about the hamburger, had a better life, had a better, was a lie. And she had a weapon in his eye. I love this song. And he, mama, apology. Everybody does that. Come on. All right, you guys. Tonight we're not going to talk about Puerto Rico or any of those things. This is a different act. We love everybody, you guys. We love everybody. We want unity. We want, I want you to know that tonight, every single one of us has something that does make us unique, and we need to raise our voice. So often we hide it. I never thought I'd get to be on a stage like this. This is incredible, my friends, and I'm thankful that even in any situation, I get to be on this stage. And hey, I admire free speech, and I make a little joke about what I just said, but I'll tell you what. Free speech is important. That's what it's about. And so while some guys talk about different things, I talk about different things. I'm a G-rated, family-friendly, Las Vegas quality entertainer. A very small niche, but it's a good one. You see, when I was a kid, I don't know about you, if you thought you'd be somewhere else doing something different with your life. As a kid, I thought I'd be an NBA basketball player. That's literally what I thought. And one day I was walking down the hall in my high school feeling good about myself, and the voice accidentally came out because I was so happy. I started singing in the hall. You know, when you're a kid, you're just singing in the hall at school like, this is before Glee. Nobody knew what was happening. I was just singing in the hall at school like, people behind me are like, oh, no, it didn't happen. I wanted it to. All of a sudden, the door to the choir room flew open, and this lady goes, ah! Her name was Rosalind Hall. She was the choir teacher. Everybody has a choir teacher like this in high school, and she said, who's singing in the hall? I said, it was me. I'll stop. She said, don't stop. You have a gift. I said, I know I'm a basketball player. And she said, probably not. You're a singer. She came from Wales, but she came here for the American dream, and she became a teacher, somebody who saw something in kids that they didn't see in themselves, and she discovered me right from the hallway. She brought me in, and she said, young man, this is your audition. Sing for me to be in the choir. I said, I don't want to be in the choir. She said, we need men in the choir. So I sang a song I knew she would not want me in the choir if I sang it. I did the Alvin and the Chipmunks Christmas song. Do you remember that song? I was like, okay, Mrs. Hall, here we go. And I went,
Christmas, Christmas time is near. Time for toys and time for two. Moving good, but look at last. Early Christmas, hurry fast. Went up from the loops, look, I went down. We can hardly stand the rain. Please, Christmas, don't be late.
yeah. Mrs. Hall looked at me and said, that's not normal. You have a gift. I said, I'm a basketball player. She said, no, you're not. You're a singer, and I will teach you. So she pulled me out of every class she felt I no longer needed. Math, English, science, history. She put me in the men's choir, the mixed choir, the women's choir, started quartet. I'm in every choir. But she was somebody who saw something in me I didn't see in myself. She clarified what I'd yet to identify so I could magnify it with the world and keep my promise everywhere I go. And I want you to know that each of you have a mentor, somebody who's seen something in you, and I hope that you also can be like a Mrs. Hall to somebody else. Because all of us have that opportunity to share. Yes. She introduced to me music I had never heard. But there was a song that she said, "Can you do these voices?" And my friends, this is not a parody. This was me doing my best to honor some of the greats of all time. These are some classic voices. I hope you remember Mr. Nat King Cole and his daughter, Natalie Cole. Unforgettable, that's what you are. Unforgettable, though near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too. Ladies and gentlemen, I actually have children. My wife and I are very blessed. We had 4 kids in 5 years. That is legit. Yeah. We believe in family, we love family, yes. And I'll tell you, these kids are now growing up, but when they were little, they wanted daddy to do the dinosaur to put them to bed. And as you figure out that which makes you unique, you should share it, whether it's on your stage or in your home. And I remember when the kids would say, "Daddy, do the dinosaur." They didn't realize that I could actually commit so well to the bit that I was going to scare them into maybe never sleeping again. They were like, "Daddy, do the dinosaur." And I was like, and they said, "Daddy, that's scary." And I went, I chased them to the house. And they're like, "No, Daddy, no." And I, "Get out of the fridge." For some reason, they couldn't sleep. I was like, "Go to bed." Don't look under the bed. Fun to mess with them. Did you see that little thing I did at the end there? Maybe I'll talk about that now. Found out when I was a kid that I was different from everyone else at school. Right? You find out when you're young that you're a little different. And what I love about this audience is that you're different. We're all different. And you want to be. Yeah. Someone yelled, "We're garbage." That's awesome. Okay. We are garbage, yeah? Okay. It's a badge of honor. A lot of people said what I'm about to do is garbage for sure, so I get that. Ladies and gentlemen, as a kid, I got on the school bus. Somebody looked at me and he said, "Hey, your mouth is huge." I was 5. I didn't know how to respond. He said, "Your mouth is huge." I was like, "You guys sit with us, this will be fun." So all the way to school, I'm sitting with this guy. He's like, "Do the thing with your mouth." I'm like, "Ah!" And everybody walking on is like, "That boy has a problem, we'll sit up front." The next thing I knew, I became the kid with the big mouth. We all have something that makes us unique. I guess this was mine at the end of the school day after kids were like, "Do the thing with your mouth." And they're like, and they're running off. I said to my mom, I said, I don't know if I like school. She said, "Why don't you like school?" I said, "Because they said I'm ugly and I have a big mouth." She said, "Son, you're not ugly. but you have a big mouth. What do you do when they say you have a big mouth? I go, ah. She goes, don't do that. Don't do that. But the next thing I know, she said to me, why don't you just smile at people? Because when you smile, they'll smile back. And the light you shine is the light you receive. I believe that. I believe in a mom that sees something great in her children. And so the next thing I knew, I'm going to school and I was smiling at everybody. It wasn't until I went to the dentist that I realized it's okay to have what I have. Because the dentist said, open wide. And I could. He said, open wide. And he was like, oh my gosh, I can use both hands. It's amazing. Next thing I know, I could do the sounds at the dentist's office because while he's working on me, he's like talking to me and he's going, hey, you're such a lucky kid to have such a big mouth. I was like, I don't feel very lucky. I hate my big mouth. And he's like, you can respond in complete sentences with both my hands in your mouth. This is amazing. He pulled the tool out of my mouth and I could hear those sounds. And he didn't know if the tools were on or off. And I was like, he's like, is this thing on? I'm like, I don't know, it's stuck on my tongue. He's like, okay, stop. You're the weirdest kid I've ever seen. He pulled the tool out of my mouth and my lips stayed like that. He said, how do you do that? I said, I don't know. I was 5. I didn't know how this worked. My dentist looked at me and he said, then stop. So I did. And he said, can you do it again? And I could. And he looked at me and he said, that's your gift. I said, this is my gift. And I looked to heaven and I said, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I came a long way to show you my gift. And I hope that while you're looking at it, you're glad this isn't what you got. Because you have talents I don't have, and I have talents you don't want. The dentist then said, can you do the other side? No one had ever granted me permission to explore the possibilities. But he was right, I could totally do it. Yeah, isn't that cool? Do you think I hid that under a bushel? No, I set it on a hill to be seen, you know. I went to school, I was like, hey ladies, They're like, ah, and I'm like, ah, you know, it was awkward. But don't hide your gift. Went to school and I shared that with others. I found out I could do the wave like the ocean. Oh yeah. Isn't that cool? Do my eyebrows at the same time. Yeah. Teacher's like, Jason, what's 2 + 2? I'm like, I don't know, but I can do this. She's like, that's incredible. Next thing I know, I could do the bottom lip too. It took a little while, but oh yeah. I know that you are trying this with me. Some of you can do that. And I can do the other side. That was something. Usually you can do just one, but not this side, or you can't talk at the same time. You can imagine how fun this has been my whole life. You think I hide it? No way. You see, because I'm a guy from Utah, and it's fun to come here to beautiful Arizona, and I'll tell you what, whenever I'm here, I love that the elevator's open and people aren't expecting, because they don't know me, but this is my promise to bring joy to everybody, whether they are ready for it or not. The door's open, I'm like, hey, you going up? I'm from Utah. Want a pamphlet? They're like, let's get off the next floor. I hope you'll share that which makes you unique. It is your signature move, but it's your promise to share it with the world. I don't hide this in a lot of interactions. In fact, I had LASIK eye surgery. Has anyone had the laser eye removal done? Yeah, I remember years ago. I thought, this is the perfect time to mess with the guy. He said, now the laser's shooting into your eye. Can you feel that? I said, no, but I think you hit a nerve, doc. He's like, help! We're in a strip mall. He didn't know what to do. It was awesome. But I hope when you discover a talent or a gift that you have, that you'll discover more of them, that you'll share it with the world, because that's what you've got and it is part of your voice to share. And so, I want you to also know that I found out I could do one other thing with my face that I showed you a moment ago. I found out I could wiggle my nose. Now you can imagine how much that freaks people out. They don't know, they don't know how to respond when I do this. But sometimes it's awesome. Sometimes a waiter will walk up and say, hey, what'll it be? And I'll say, hey, I'll have some salad, and he leaves. Or I can keep the promise and make his day. He walks up, hey, what'll it be? I'm like, hey, do you have any lettuce? I just need a carrot. Do you have a carrot? He's like, let's get you're getting a free meal, bro. I'm grateful for the many talents, the things that make everybody unique. When my kids were little, they came to my show once and they said, Daddy, why don't you do any music we know? I said, well, what kind of music do you like? My daughter, when she was 9, she said, Lady Gaga. I said, Lady Gaga, what can I do with that? She said, make a kid's song out of it. And so this is for the children. This is a Lady Gaga version of a song that I'm going to ruin right now for you. I hope you enjoy. For the kids. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Everybody's a little unique. You guys are a different crowd than I had the other day. The other day I got to perform to a crowd in absolute silence. And it was very interesting because then I realized that, well, they were accountants. And here's what I love about accountants, is that they were enjoying it inside. They were laughing hysterically inside their bodies. And I love that everybody has something that makes them different. I'm thankful for my accountant because he does my taxes well, and if I did them myself, I'd go to jail. But I'm just thankful for his talents. But that's a tough crowd, to be candid. Engineers, IT guys, accountants, they're all unique and different as an audience for me, and so as a performer, I have to let them know what I need as a performer from them in order to get something back, and for them to know how it feels to perform for them. Once they hear this, then we can communicate and laugh a little bit about what makes us different, what makes us unique, and this is how it feels performing for them. I think you guys will get this right when I press play. Let's see, here it is. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I did a corporate show again. Some crowds make me want to start drinking. Quiet accountant silently thinking. Never laughing, clapping, only internally when I sing. And I don't like the song of silence. Yeah. And I can't stand those IT guys and engineers with brains this size. Can't they cut a showman any slack? Don't they know they gotta give some love back? And if they happen to by chance to get a wife, her poor life, she'd only hear the sound of silence. You guys, you know what? We have to laugh about what makes us different. We have to laugh about what makes us unique. We have to be able to have free speech, and tonight we will exercise that right. We have to be able to talk about God. We have to be able to talk about our love of family. And it's such a pleasure to be here with you tonight because we have so much in store and so much fun for you. I'm going to close with a couple more classic voices and then we'll be on with the show. But you guys, what a fun audience you have been. I appreciate so much that you've been here and been such a great audience. Yes. Yeah. Here's what I need to do. I need to say a couple of things about these great sponsors, if you will. We want to thank Moms for America. Where are you at? We love Moms for America. And Sambrosa. Oh, they are awesome. I took some Sambrosa. I woke up with this beard. It works. It's incredible. How about YRefi? Let's thank YRefi.com. They're here tonight. Thank you, YRefi. Liberty Safe. And CPI, Conservative Partnership Institute, and Joe from Texas. Thank you so much to them. And Cardio Miracle. We want to thank all of these great, incredible sponsors. Now, here's what I want you to know. This next act, they're a little bit older now, and I've made fun of some different demographics and so forth. I hope it doesn't make anyone too upset, but we just have to laugh about what we are, what makes us unique. There are artists that are still out there performing. They're a little bit older now, and I give them credit because it's incredible they're still doing it. I don't know, maybe they need some Cardio Miracle whenever they're performing, but I'll tell you something. This next one of the greats, Robert Plant and Led Zeppelin, still going. A little bit older now, right? But if they were here tonight, obviously it would be a better show. But I do know that when they perform, they give their all. I hope this makes you smile. It goes like this.
Rock and roll, even though I turned 96 years old. It's been a long time and a long time and a long... Dang it. Guess I need some Cardio Miracle. Someone help me up the stairway to heaven.
Robert Plant, you guys, what a fun audience you've been tonight. Thank you for being so great. I'm going to close it out right now, and then we're going to get on with the show. Yes. You guys, I hope that you know that when you share your voice, it makes this world a wonderful place. If you hide it, if you stay quiet, that's not helping. Raise your voice, raise your light, share that which makes you uniquely who you are, what you have. It changes the world when you do, and we're about to celebrate somebody who is not afraid to raise his voice, to share his gifts. And we thank God for the great people we're about to see on this stage. So ladies and gentlemen, if you want to turn on those lights, I'm going to wrap this up with some music. You ready? It is my honor and privilege to welcome to the stage the one, the only Nicole Shanahan.
Hello, Phoenix. Hello, dear, wonderful, wonderful people of this great state of Arizona. I come to you today as a former Democrat from California. And I come to you today with an apology. I am sorry what this party has done to the good people of this country. I come to you with an apology for the despicable behavior of name-calling. Nobody in this room or in this country is deplorable. Nobody is garbage in this room. And it is wrong for a president of the United States to divide this country as he has. And we are the brave people in this room that will unite it again. I love you and I love this country. When I was asked by Bobby Kennedy to run with him as his vice president, I told a friend and he said to me, Nicole, he was a former Democrat. He said to me, Nicole, I think the government needs something that politics can't give it right now. He said, I think it actually needs an exorcism. And I laughed. I laughed because I thought it was a joke. He was dead serious. Dead serious. And I've learned over the last 8 months that what is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. And we are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil. We are being called to not be puppets of corporate interests. We are being called to be individual sovereigns here in the goodness and the grace of God. You know, I've seen the belly of the beast. I've met all of those celebrities we see doing those endorsements. I've been at some of these parties where people fall on the ground because of a drug overdose and nobody cares about them. I've knelt on the ground next to these individuals and picked them up and looked in their eyes and wondered what the hell they were doing with their lives. There are good people in this country, and they're everywhere, and they're more populous than this tiny segment of the population that has been responsible for so much of our pain. And it stops now. Yes. It stops when we start asking questions out loud because we are fearless, and when mothers realize we can't just keep whispering to each other anymore. We mothers cannot stay in our homes calling one another with our desperate concerns because it's gotten too desperate. We have to come out on this stage now. And I will share with you that coming out on this stage has cost me dearly. They have ripped my reputation apart. They have threatened things that I didn't know people could take away from someone in this country. They will even threaten taking your children away for rising up against Big Pharma. Boo! No more! Your instinct and your intuition about what is going on in this country is absolutely spot on. You are some of the brightest people, and you caught on to this, and you were brave enough, more so than I was, and many of the people I know who are still remaining silent today. You guys come out, and you show up because you're freaking brave. This country will heal. And it is healing now. We're all afraid of the degree of cheating that is happening right in front of our eyes. The parading of Jill Biden in a panda suit yesterday, right in front of our eyes. What the hell is this mockery? No more. No more. No more. No more. I have my California state ballot here. This is my actual ballot. Millions of Americans have shed blood for this piece of paper. It cannot be taken in vain. My name happens to be on this one. When Bobby called me and he said, the big guy wants to talk, I was like, God? And he said, no, Donald Trump. And he shared with me that on the day of President Trump's near assassination, he received a call from him, and in earnest, talked man to man, individual sovereign to individual sovereign, and they connected about their mutual love of this country. Because the real men in this country know how to put their egos aside. Yeah. And they know that we have to make America healthy again. Woo! So, despite the novelty of seeing my name on here next to a bubble, I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight. USA. Yes. I really mean it when I say that I am apologizing for all of the people on the left who don't understand their bad behavior. I am so sorry. We will unite this country under an umbrella of love and mutual understanding, of dignity and grace. Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna just close. I don't have anything better to say, but go out there and vote for this wonderful man, Donald J. Trump. Because he is someone who knows what it is to give it all up for this country. So, thank you. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Charlie Kirk now to the stage.
Thank you, everybody. Are we ready to win Arizona this Tuesday? Oh, it's been a long time coming for all of us in this room. We remember what's happened these last couple election cycles. We have seen this movement sweep the country, and I got to tell you guys, this is a very, very special evening. Do you know the first ever MAGA rally was held in Phoenix, Arizona? And tonight is, as a candidate, Donald Trump's last visit as a candidate to Arizona, completing that 9-year journey. And let's remember, why did Donald Trump choose Arizona as the first ever MAGA rally? It's because Donald Trump's values have not changed over the last 40 years. From the golden escalator to this stage tonight, Donald Trump was clear that our country will be invaded no longer, and we will not put up with our sovereignty being jeopardized. That's why he came to Arizona. This state helped launch the movement that has swept the globe. This state has been, let's just say, not exactly, what's the best word I could say? Accurately reflected in elections. Thank you, sir. Is that a nice way to put it? Too nice. Well, talk to me on Wednesday. I'll be a little more candid. Everybody, this is a monumental time that we're living through right now. And the stakes of this election, you all know them, and that's why you are here. You're going to hear tonight, and how awesome is that from Nicole, by the way? Was that just amazing? There's something profound happening in this country where Kamala Harris gets Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, and we get Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, and Tulsi Gabbard. They say that Trump is good at making deals. That is the best political trade in the history of political trades, everybody. The realignment is it does not matter if you are a Republican or Democrat. It does not matter the label that you used to call yourself. It simply matters, do you love the country, and do you want to do whatever it takes to save the country from these robber barons, from these ideological zealots, and these partisans that have been stealing our money, going after our children, and sending us into no-win wars halfway across the globe. What this election is about is where you have a Kennedy endorsing Donald Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, the former co-chair of the DNC, endorsing Donald Trump. We are the party of free speech, of borders. We are the party of openness to ideas, and they are the party of war, censorship, and ugliness. And you saw it on display, where the current president of the United States thinks that you're a bunch of garbage. Well, look around, Mr. President, because there's a lot of garbage here tonight. And this Tuesday, we're going to take out the garbage of the White House, and we're going to be back in charge of this country. And everybody, your work is paying off. But tonight is not your contribution for the election. The Democrats are not just going to roll over and hand us back this beloved state. This is our home. And our home, these last couple election cycles, I have a pit in my stomach still from 2020. Are you with me? I feel sick from what has happened in 2022. And you guys have stepped up, but we're not there yet. You see, in 2020, we were down a couple points at this time in early voting. As of today, we are beating the Democrats by 8 points in early voting. 8 points. And we have a lot of work yet to do. This weekend must be a weekend where you go completely nuts, where you go knock on every neighbor's door, where you download the Turning Point Action app and you canvass your neighborhood. You find every low propensity voter imaginable. I'm curious, how many of you already voted? Raise your hand if you voted. That's a lot of hands. And if you have already voted, you need to go find 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 other people. Your job and your duty and your task is not done. This state is going to determine the future of the United States of America. And you look at the issues set in front of us. Arizona has been a victim of every failed policy by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Open borders, record inflation. When Donald Trump was president, you could buy a home in Phoenix, Arizona if you earned $75,000 a year. Now, it requires $135,000 a year to purchase a home just in Phoenix, Arizona. Not to mention the millions of people coming across the southern border. And you look at what Donald Trump will do. You know, Kamala Harris, they asked the question, what are you going to do for the economy? She says, well, you know, I was raised in a middle-class family. Okay, we got that. And by the way, just so we're setting the record straight, Donald Trump has worked longer at McDonald's than Kamala Harris ever has, just for the record. On day one, Donald Trump, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, drill baby drill, secure the border, end World War III, and no men in women's sports. And that's just day one, everybody. That's just day one. They are not just going to hand over the country to you because we have big crowds and we're doing well in early voting. These next couple of days, I do not want to see a spirit of cockiness or confidence. I want you to re-watch the photos on your iPhone and go back and watch what happened when they called Arizona 90 minutes after polls closed. Do you remember that? I want you to recreate the anger that you felt. I want you to recreate that pit of the stomach of those of you that lived here your whole life and you thought this state would never, ever, ever send its votes to a Democrat as president. And no, I'm right there with you. And so the essence is this, though, is that we can all do more to make sure that will never happen again. And in the coming days, that will be determined. Here is the fact. There are hundreds of thousands of Trump supporters right now in the Valley that have received mail-in ballots that have not yet submitted them. We need to find those people and get them in the system. There are hundreds of thousands of Trump supporters that may or may not show up. These are plumbers, electricians, and welders. These are people that we love and that we cherish. You might say, oh, my vote won't matter. You need to convince them to go to the polls and get their vote in and bring 2 friends with them. You see, what they're doing, the Democrats are counting on, is the only way that they're able to maintain with power is if we stay at home and we do not turn out in record numbers. And this is a realignment that we are living through in real time. As you know, I'm seeing it firsthand. We just completed today our 25th campus stop in support of Donald Trump. 25. And I go to college campuses so you don't have to, but I'll tell you, there is something happening on these campuses. We can't find rooms big enough to fit all the students that want to attend our campus events. And I am happy to report that young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years, everybody, in 50 years. The table is set. We outnumber them. We have more support, but do we have more votes? The question is, we have to turn our support into votes, and that is where the grittiness comes in. where this weekend, instead of just sitting around watching football, come to one of our Super Chase events that we have coming all across the valley. Go knock on 5 doors. Go make yourself an active participant. Say, oh, Charlie, what does that mean? Let me just demonstrate. Very easy. Step 1, wear the MAGA hat. Step 2, go into a Denny's and people compliment it and say, have you voted? Have you voted? Have you voted? Have you voted? Everybody, we need to flood the zone with public support of Donald Trump in this state and get every last voter out to the polls. Every last one. And I will close with this. I was raised in Chicago, but this is my home. And I love this state. This is the best place in America, and I could live anywhere I want. I live here for a reason. No one asks where you went to college. I wouldn't be able to tell them because I didn't go to college. No one here cares who your parents are. Arizona is what America should be. It's how do you act, what is your character, and what do you do? This is the best the country has to offer, this state. State 48 is a state that loves liberty. It's a state that loves freedom. It's a state that cherishes the founding ideals of this nation. I moved here for a reason, and I believe we are all here for God's purpose, to liberate this state from Democrat control, and we'll all see it on CNN on election night if we do the work. We can now project the 11 electoral votes of Arizona to Donald J. Trump. Get to work, everybody. Let's win this thing. And give it up for Senator Mike Lee, everybody.
Hello, Arizona! Hey, how about Charlie Kirk? Is he a hero or what? And by the way, happy Halloween to everyone. I'm so glad that you came to join me and Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson and Donald J. Trump instead of greeting trick-or-treaters. Look, if you're like me and most of the people throughout this great country, you like treats, but you're sick and tired of the tricks. No more tricks from Washington. And you know, speaking of trick-or-treating, I wonder what Kamala's doing tonight. Is she at the Naval Observatory in Washington greeting the trick-or-treaters? If so, what on earth is she giving them? I imagine her handing out these like vegan candies or Brussels sprouts. Maybe Jell-O shots or vaccines, I don't know. But it's not right, it's not right. Look, Arizona, you are right at the epicenter. You are the epicenter of America's fate. You hear this all the time. Every 2 years, then every 4 years, you hear the most important election of your lifetime. But you know what? This one really is. It actually is. Because the heart and soul of America, our future, our existence, our freedom, our ability to do what we do best, work hard and provide for our families, is under attack. And I'm so glad that I get to be with you tonight, because you're going to decide our fate. So I thank you. I thank you in advance for what you're going to do for us on Tuesday, and what we'll learn about Tuesday night when they announce Donald J. Trump and Kari Lake have been elected. And they go together, don't they? Donald Trump and Kari Lake. We need them both of them. Because in order to bring about Donald J. Trump's policies, we've got to move things through the Senate. Now, this is an institution where the median age is 168. Kari Lake is a uniquely good senator in embryo, and on Tuesday, you're going to make it happen, aren't you? But look, let's talk about some of what's at stake. Okay, there are a lot of issues on the ballot, but I want to talk about 3 in particular in the few minutes that we've got. Number 1, religious freedom is at stake. Religious freedom is on the ballot. And if you don't believe me, let's just look at a couple of things that will tell us why it's on the ballot. You know, President Trump's opponent, whose name rhymes with Kamala Harris, She was once a senator. She was a senator for 4 years. I worked with her during that time. One of the centerpieces of her legislative agenda was a bill that, like so many Democratic bills, was ironically named, had the Orwellian name of the Do No Harm Act. Now, when a Democrat names a bill like that, what do you expect? Is that going to be good? The Do No Harm Act does the exact opposite of do no harm. The Do No Harm Act would completely gut the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which is an important protection for your First Amendment rights to the free exercise of religion. Are we okay with that in Arizona? No, no, heavens no. And you know, I can say that with some authority because I was born here, and my ancestors helped found, they were some of the first Mormon pioneers in Arizona and in Utah. You know, my people came here for one reason. They just wanted to live and be free. They were seeking freedom because, you know, we're heretics and we were getting shot at in Missouri and Ohio and then Illinois. So we ended up in the Rocky Mountains and settled Utah and Arizona. This is a place where, regardless of what your ancestral background is, regardless of what your faith might be, this is a place where people understand the need for faith, that faith and freedom are inextricably intertwined. And this administration, the Donald J. Trump administration, will restore those protections that Kamala Harris wants to burn to the ground. And we're not going to let that happen. I've thought a lot about why it is that she's trying to undermine religious freedom so much. And then it occurs to me, let's see, she was raised by a Marxist, an actual Marxist professor. What do we know about Marxists? Marxists don't like God. They don't like God because they want government to be their deity. And yet, just like the idolaters of old, it never ends well for those who depart from that, for those who indulge in that kind of idolatry. So we're not going to accept that. But more importantly, we know that the greatest strength behind our freedom is our religious freedom and our faith. Because when we have faith, we understand that government's there to do a narrow, unique job. It's not there to be our God. And so let's remind the people in Washington, D.C. of that. By the way, Ruben Gallego is right there, thick as thieves with Kamala Harris on religious freedom and everything else. We cannot let Arizona elect Ruben. All right, what else is on the ballot? Parental rights, parental discretion, your ability to direct your own family, your ability to raise your own children without undue interference from federal policy. Federal policy that would make them, I don't know, compete against boys if they're girls in sports teams, share a locker room with boys or a restroom with boys, and subject them to filth in their libraries. You know, the left is always accusing us of trying to ban books. We're not book burners. We just don't want filth in our classrooms, not in our curriculum, not in our libraries. You're the parent. You're in charge. Your constitutional rights stand there to connect you to your child. The government will never replace you as a parent, and Donald Trump and Kari Lake will make darn sure of it. What else is on the ballot? Well, the economy is on the ballot. Economic strength is on the ballot. The strength of your own accounts, your own wallet is on the ballot. You know, a few years ago, some researchers conducted a study to figure out what it is that makes the difference. What amount of money it is that makes the difference between people feeling like they're prospering and getting by just fine and like they're about to sink, between success and the feeling of failure. Do you know what it often is? It often comes down to about $300 a month. That's not very much. And yet, people in Arizona, just like people in Utah and people pretty much everywhere in America, the average family has to shell out an additional $1,100 or $1,200 every single month just for your basic living expenses because of Kamala Harris's reckless spending in Washington. And it's a true fact. These are the people. These are the same people who said, yeah, we're going to control inflation. And they controlled it with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a lot like the Do No Harm Act. It did the opposite of what it said it would do. It's like fighting a house on fire by throwing gasoline on it But Donald Trump and Kari Lake have the antidote to that. They're not going to promise that the federal government can do this directly. What they're going to say is, we're going to get the federal government out of your way. Kamala Harris wants to raise your tax rates. Are you okay with that? Kamala Harris wants to tax you, literally, on money that you have not yet earned. Are you okay with that? Donald Trump and Kari Lake want you to be able to keep what you earn. That's what you deserve because you've worked hard. Look, at the end of the day, we're not the party that calls people in the other party garbage. We just call their policies garbage because that's what they are. We've been told for far too long to settle. To settle for something less than a government that honors and complies with that document, some 2.5 centuries old, written by wise men raised up by God to that very purpose, the United States Constitution. We've been told to settle for a government that doesn't respect it, that doesn't think it imposes limitations, and that it shouldn't. Well, do you know what? The sole purpose of the Constitution, of any Constitution, is to restrain the government, to make sure that you can do what you do best, work hard, provide for your families, and live your lives as you deem fit. That's what Donald Trump and Kari Lake both offer you. It's not a new deal. In fact, it's a very old deal, but it is a fair one. It's a deal that understands that you are the sovereign. The government works for you, not the other way around. Kamala Harris broke it, Donald Trump can fix it, and it all starts with Arizona. Let's make it happen on Tuesday. So don't settle. Don't settle for a government that recognizes no boundaries. Expect limited government. Don't settle for multi-trillion-dollar deficits. Expect a government that understands that it's your money and they're messing with your money when they spend too much. It's time, my fellow Americans, to expect more. It's time to expect freedom. And it's time to elect Donald Trump and Kari Lake. It's now my great honor to introduce to you Kelly Maines, a man who's going to help make America healthy again. Please welcome Kelly.
Hours after an assassin's bullet ripped through President Trump's ear, he received a phone call. That phone call was from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. In the previous year, RFK had built one of the largest independent political movements in modern American history, attaining 20% support among Americans in polls. RFK and President Trump disagreed on many things, but the topic of this call that day was unity. Most prominently, he called to talk about what's happening to American children. Why, in the greatest agricultural powerhouse the world has ever known, are 20% of our children malnourished? Why are 50% of teens overweight or obese, but the USDA recommendations say that added sugar can be a healthy part of a 2-year-old's diet? Why is the American Academy of Pediatrics pushing lifetime Ozempic jabs for any 6-year-old who happens to be overweight instead of talking about healthy food or exercise? Why are childhood cancer rates at an all-time high? Why
have prescriptions of antidepressants, statins, metformin doubled in prescription rates among teens in recent years? Why do 1 out of 24 children in California have autism? Why is the NIH deliberately hiding research about what the COVID vaccine is doing to children? 40% of teens today are on a pharmaceutical. Are these making kids healthier? Why does Harvard Medical School forbid the term mother and insist their doctors use the term birthing person? Why is infertility skyrocketing? And why are parents being shamed for asking simple questions about what they're putting into their child's bodies? These conversations led to a defining political moment in this very stadium on August 23rd, when President Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joined hands and said, "Let's make America healthy again." On behalf of American kids, American parents, Americans in general, they said enough. Now, since coming down the golden escalator into American life and political life, Donald Trump has stood up against corruption and institutions holding us back. As Bobby and President Trump described on this stage, there is no greater example of this corruption than the healthcare incentives that profit from a sick child. They explain these trends can be reversed quickly by rooting out conflicts of interest in the CDC, NIH, FDA, and USDA, and by it can be done very quickly. And by spurring benefit flexibility, eliminating mandates, opening up HSA, FSAs, and other flexible funds to let you as a patient decide what's best for your child, not some government mandates. When Bobby Kennedy and Donald Trump joined together, it represented a historic realignment in American politics. It is no longer left versus right. It is about the American people versus a military-industrial complex that is making us less secure, an education industrial complex that is making our children less competitive, and a healthcare industrial complex that is profiting when Americans get sicker, fatter, more depressed, and more infertile. Now, as President Trump told Joe Rogan, the special interests are working to stop us. But these slithering pharma defenders do not have the voters. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is backstage. Could we please let him hear how much we appreciate that he is standing up for us? Standing up for us against the special interests. We need to hear it. He needs to hear us. Let him hear it. Bring that emotion to the ballot box, and let's propel President Trump and Robert Kennedy to take out this corruption. Now, after my mom died of a preventable disease, my sister, Dr. Casey Means, and I decided to devote our lives to reversing the chronic disease epidemic. We wrote a book, Good Energy, with the simple thesis that conditions plaguing us are connected. We need to stop treating conditions with ineffective drugs in silos and appreciate the interconnectedness of our beautiful human body. This is a spiritual issue. One of the first calls we received when this book was published was from Tucker Carlson, who wanted to promote this message. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the microphone. Independent media is working hard to let the light out. They're trying to squash on the other side, but we are using our First Amendment rights and getting these issues out louder than they've ever been. Tucker, Joe Rogan, Megyn Kelly, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Glenn Beck, Chris Williamson, Jordan Peterson. They're changing the world. It depends on free speech, and they're letting it out. It depends on breaking free of corporate media where farmer funding is their lifeblood. Let's please give a round of applause to Tucker and the other warriors of independent media who are changing the world. Do not let anyone tell you this election is not about big ideas. President Trump and his unity team of J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, Nicole Shanahan, Vivek Ramaswamy, and so many others are making this election about big existential ideas. And it is my pleasure to introduce a key member of this coalition, a man who is going to help President Trump make America healthy again, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
MAGA. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I smell a landslide on Tuesday. Oh, I've been on the road for 19 months now. And a little over thank you. Thank you, MAGA. I lost a lot of friends and a lot of family, but I have a much bigger family now. We're all held together by blood and by DNA, and that is our basic relationships in our lives. But the most important relationships come from shared values. And everybody in this auditorium shares the value. They love this country and they love freedom. And they love our Bill of Rights and our Constitution. And I saw those things in danger in a very acute way during the COVID pandemic. And that is one of the principal reasons that I made the decision 19 months ago to run for President of the United States. And then a little over a year ago, I left the Democratic Party. That was a difficult decision for me because the Democratic Party was the home for me, that it was incomprehensible to me that I would ever leave it. My great-great-grandparents came over here, all of them, in 1848 during the height of the potato famine. They landed on the docks of Boston, penniless, and they were met there by the Democratic Party, and the party took care of them. It found them homes, it found them jobs, it located them in communities, it was where their churches were, and it gave them a sense of value and community and a love for this country. And my great-grandfather, Honey Fitz, was the first Irish Catholic mayor of Boston. His contemporary, Patrick Kennedy, was a state senator and a political boss in Boston. My uncle, John Kennedy, was the first Irish Catholic president. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, was the second longest serving member of the United States Senate. My father was a U.S. senator and attorney general and died running for president of the United States. And it was inconceivable to me that I would ever leave the Democratic Party. But I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. The Democratic Party that I grew up with was the party of peace. It was the party of civil rights and constitutional rights, and particularly freedom of speech. It was the party that had skepticism toward the CIA and the national security state. It was the party that was also skeptical of Wall Street and the corporate domination of American democracy. It was the party of women's rights. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX to make sure that women could play sports in college. And it was the party of democracy. It was the party that fought hard to make sure that every American had the right to vote for the candidate that they chose to vote for. Today's Democratic Party is the party of war. It's the party of Dick Cheney. It's the party of John Bolton. These were the people who lied us into the Iraq War, the greatest foreign policy cataclysm in American history. These are the men who wrote the Patriot Act that introduced the surveillance state and gave the CIA permission to spy on Americans, to propagandize Americans. It's the party that is trying to dismantle Title IX and let men play women's sports. The party I grew up with was the party of cops and firefighters and working people. And now, that's the Republican Party. The Democratic Party today is no longer the party that is skeptical of the CIA. The CIA and the neocons wrote Kamala Harris's speech at the Democratic Convention, the most bellicose, pugnacious speech that we've ever seen at a Democratic convention. Before she went on, she was immediately preceded by a former CIA director. This would be unthinkable in the Democratic Party I grew up in. They've become the party of the swamp. They've become the party of Wall Street, of big tech, of big data, of big pharma, of big ag, big chemical, and the military-industrial complex. And their party not of civil rights, but of division that is tearing our country apart. And so I made a decision to run for president 19 months ago. A little over a year ago, I left the Democratic Party for all of those reasons. And then in August of this year, President Trump called me on August 23rd, immediately after his shooting at Butler. He called me 3 hours later on the telephone, and he asked me to meet with him the next day in Milwaukee. And we had a 2.5-hour meeting then and a number of subsequent meetings. And during those meetings, he urged me to unify our parties and to work with him to reclaim the values that Robert Kennedy stood for, that John Kennedy stood for. He said he wanted to end the forever wars and bring that $200 billion that we've sent to the Ukraine home to rebuild America. He told me that he wanted to end the censorship and end the surveillance and the propaganda. And that he wanted to put an end to the weaponization of law enforcement agencies against the American political system. And that he wanted to end this corrupt merger of state and corporate power that has turned our regulatory agencies predatory against the American public. And he said that he wanted to make America healthy again. And end the chronic disease epidemic that is destroying our children. And that is an existential threat to our nation. When my uncle was president and I was a 10-year-old boy, the rate of chronic disease in this country was 6%. Today, it's 60%. When my uncle was president, we spent zero on chronic disease in this country. There were no drugs to treat it. Today, we spend $4.3 trillion. $4.3 trillion, that's 5 times our military budget. It's the largest cost to our nation, and it is bankrupting us. And it is destroying us morally, because we are betraying our children by letting these industries poison them. The rate of obesity at that time was 3%. Today, it's 50% in our children. And 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. We didn't suddenly become lazy and gluttonous. We are being mass poisoned by corrupt industry. In Japan, where they don't have this kind of corruption, the obesity rate is 3%. That's what it's supposed to be, 3%. It's not supposed to be 50%, and this is a national security threat. 77% of American kids are no longer qualified for military service because of chronic disease diagnoses. And what are these diseases? They're obesity, they're neurodevelopmental disorders, and I'm going to list some of them because I'm a 70-year-old man. And when I was a boy, I never heard of any of these diseases because nobody had them. You know, I had 11 siblings. I had about 70 first cousins. And I didn't know anybody with ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, sleep disorders, Tourette syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, or autism. The autism rate in my generation today in 70-year-old men is 1 in 10,000. The autism rate in our children is 1 in 34. In California, as Callie just said, it's 1 in 24. And the rate in boys is much higher. We also saw this explosion of autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis and Crohn's disease and lupus and juvenile diabetes, all of these exotic diseases that we never heard of as a kid. The diabetes rate when I was a kid was effectively 0. A typical pediatrician when I was a young boy
would see one case of diabetes in his lifetime, in his career, a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And nobody's talking about it. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody is recognizing that we are being mass poisoned by big pharma and big food. And all these allergic diseases that suddenly appeared. I never knew a kid anywhere in any of the schools that I went to that had a peanut allergy or food allergies or eczema. My brother had asthma, and he was told by his doctor there will never be a cure for asthma because it's so rare that nobody will ever study it. Today, 1 out of every 8 black children in America's cities has asthma. What is happening to our children? And I saw this happening, and I began writing about it, and the media rose up and silenced me in 2005. And nobody would talk about it. The doctors wouldn't talk about it. The pediatricians wouldn't talk about it. The scientists, the government officials. And people warned me, if you keep talking about this, you're going to destroy your career. And I was stunned by this. And for 19 years, since 2005, I spend 30 minutes praying every day when I get out of bed. And my prayer is this. I ask God for 19 years to put me in a position where I could end the chronic disease epidemic and bring health back to our children. And in August, God sent me Donald Trump. Now, we're 5 days out from an election, and it's an election that we are certain to win. If every vote is counted, if all the votes are counted, we're going to win this election. Oh, now, the medical industrial complex, and I want to remind you of this. I've been told to go on a little longer because President Trump is not yet in the building. You know, I was not going to tell you this. When I was 7 years old, I went to the inauguration of my uncle as president in Washington, D.C. And 3 days before that, President Eisenhower, the outgoing president, made what today we have to regard as the most important speech in American history. And it was the speech where he told Americans that they should be in fear of the emergence of a military-industrial complex that would erode our democracy that would subvert our democratic institutions, that would steal our money and steal our resources and bankrupt the middle class in this country and make us weak in the long run. And I urge you to go look at that speech, because after he talks about the military-industrial complex, he says, and by the way, just as bad is the medical-industrial complex, which will pervert science, which will lie to the public, which will turn science to serve industrial and corporate interests, the mercantile ambitions of big corporations. Oh. Oh. As soon as Donald Trump started talking about giving me the power, he asked me to do three things. He asked me to root out the corruption. And end the conflicts of interest in our regulatory agencies. And end this corporate capture that has turned our regulatory agencies into sock puppets of the industries they're supposed to regulate. And he asked me to restore the tradition of gold standard, empirically based, evidence-based science and medicine in our regulatory agencies. And to restore the transparency so that these agencies must stop hiding science from us when it clashes with the commercial ambitions of the pharmaceutical industry. And he doesn't want me to take vaccines away from people. If you want to take a vaccine, you ought to be able to take it. We believe in free choice in this country. Oh, you ought to know the risks and benefits of everything you take. And we need good science for that. And we need informed consent. And he asked me to do that, and then he asked me to end the chronic disease epidemic in this country. And he said, I want to see results, measurable results, in the diminishment of chronic disease within 2 years. And I said, Mr. President, I will do that. Oh, this has caused a lot of aggravation and apoplexy among a certain class of the medical elites. And today, the Washington Post and NBC and the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal all did articles talking about what a catastrophe it's going to be if I get anywhere near the medical establishment. And I read the articles because I wanted to see the names of the people who were denouncing me. And every one of them is on the pharma payroll. These are what the media calls experts. But these are the same experts that made us the sickest country in the history of the world. Whatever they're doing is not working. We had, during this country, these are the guys who gave us the COVID countermeasures, which shut down our schools, which closed our churches, which shut down 3.3 million businesses in this country. All the little businesses, and they left open the Walmarts and Facebook and all of the big people who were cashing in on the pandemic. And these are the people who are treating disease. For them, for these people, the most valuable asset in America is a sick child. They don't want your child dead, they want him sick for life. Then he's dependent on their products. And the more statins they prescribe for heart disease, the more heart disease goes up. The more metformin they prescribe for diabetes, the more diabetes we have. The more antidepressants they prescribe, the more people we have who are depressed. The more Ambien they prescribe, the more insomnia there is. The more opioids they prescribe, the more pain there is. The more Viagra they prescribe, the higher ED goes. And so these drugs, their formula, this pharmaceutical paradigm, is not working. And President Trump wants to do something different. And somebody called me one of the anchors of ABC today, and I had an off-the-record discussion with him. And he said, there's so much division in this country. And I said, that's because you're causing it. My nephew, who's traveled with me for 19 months, he's my wife Cheryl's nephew, and he's been working for me for 19 months and traveled everywhere with me, and he's met President Trump many times now. And he said to me today, he said, everybody who's met President Trump loves President Trump. He said, you can't help but love him. So why does half of America hate him? They haven't met him, and the media is telling them to hate him. And I said this, I said, you're demonizing him, you're vilifying him, you're calling us garbage, you're calling him Hitler, you're calling him a fascist, and of course people are gonna hate him. And I said, and by the way, you're writing all these articles condemning me coming into Washington, dismantling the pharmaceutical paradigm. Where are you getting your salary? From pharma. And he said, we tell both sides of the story. And I said, no, you don't. And he said, well, President Trump is saying radical things. I said, like what? He said he's going to pull CBS's license. And I said he ought to pull CBS's license. CBS doesn't own the airwaves. We do. The people of the United States own the airwaves. CBS is licensed to use the airwaves, but only for a public purpose, to advance the public benefit. We have a doctrine in this country called the Fairness Doctrine that says if you're licensed to own a network, you got to tell the news at least once a day, and you got to be fair to both sides. And I said to this guy, I said, you know, I was running for 19 months. When Ross Perot ran in 1992 for 10 months, he did 34 live interviews on the airwaves, on the national networks. And I said, I did 4 in 19 months, and your network never let me on a single time. You're only telling one side of the story. And the only thing you'll report about Donald Trump is propaganda to make people despise him. And you know, one of the things I'm going to advise Donald Trump to do in order to correct the chronic disease epidemic is to ban pharmaceutical advertising on TV. There's only 2 countries in the world that allow pharmaceutical advertising on the airwaves. One of them is New Zealand and the other is us. And we have the highest disease rate and we buy more drugs and they're more expensive than anywhere in the world. Italy spends about 1/6 that we spend on healthcare. And Italians live 7 years longer. So whatever they're doing does not work. And don't you want a president who is going to fix this country? Don't you want a president who's going to end the addiction to foreign wars? And don't you want a president who's going to end their censorship and surveillance and return freedom of speech to our country? And don't you want a president who's going to clean out the corruption and drain the swamp at the regulatory agencies? And get the chemicals out of our food and protect our children and restore their health and make America the healthiest country in the world, which it was when I was a kid. Don't you want a president who's going to make America healthy again? And don't we deserve a president who will make America great again? Will you go to the polls on Tuesday and make sure that we all ride that big garbage truck to Washington, D.C.? Now I want to bring on my friend and one of my great heroes, Tucker Carlson. Thank you all very much.
The impact of Black Lives Matter and their brilliance, they're not going to stop, and they should not.
The people who are responsible for it are the most dishonest.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
What you're watching is not a political movement, it's evil. Imagine a government that totally destroys the country and then criminalizes complaining about it.
Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy.
Yes. Well, the one thing you can't censor is a live event. When he stood up after being shot in the face, this was no longer a man. This was the leader of a nation.
Trump is the man who can save the Western world.
Call back Trump.
Call back Trump.
You've been with Donald Trump the last days. Now you're here in Spain.
We're in downtown Madrid going to a nightly protest.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
The second you decide to tell the truth about something, you are filled with this power from somewhere else. Try it. The more you tell the truth, the stronger you become. Free speech is the main right that you have. Without it, you have no other.
Yeah, and I've set up and tore down this stage with my own two hands. We've traveled this land, packed tight in minivans. And all this for the fans, girls, money, and fame. I played their game and had to scream my name. I will show no shame. I live and die for this. And if I come off,
thank you.
You on this.
This is so cool. Thank you. I was just
I was just standing backstage with my wife, who never comes to events like this. She's not very political, but she has very strong political feelings, so strong that she doesn't like to hear about politics because it winds her up. And she says, 2 seconds ago, she goes, and she's a very sweet person, former religion teacher, and she goes, I want to introduce you. And she has that kind of crazed look in her eye, and I said, I don't know if that's a good idea. Why do you want to introduce me? And she said, because I want to lead the crowd in a chant, we are not garbage. And I thought, that's it right there. The abuse that the best people in the country have taken for the past 8 years is too much. You're garbage? Really? Listen to who's saying that. Anyway, I'm really grateful to be here. I never thought that I would be speaking at a rally for Donald Trump. This is the 4th time I've done it. And it has felt not only like an honor and a privilege every time, but it has felt really natural. I'm sort of surprised. I was in journalism for 33 years, hanging around the, I know, someone just said, woo! It's nothing to brag about, trust me. I honestly feel like saying I was young and I needed the money. You know, it's almost like when the naughty pictures of you emerged, and you're like, you know, that was the old me. But I spent my whole life standing at the back, watching, and I always thought, politicians, they're disgusting. By the way, I still think that. I would never get on stage and endorse one. You'd have to be totally bereft of a soul to do something like that. And here I am with a full-throated, utterly sincere endorsement of Donald Trump. How did that happen? And I was thinking about that this morning in the shower where I do my best thinking. I like thinking in the shower because there's no lying to yourself in the shower. Because when you walk out of the shower and you see this kind of furry, lumpy primate in the mirror, there's no imagining you're God. No, it's very grounding to see yourself naked at least once a day. I always think, I gotta hang a black sheet over that mirror, but I keep it just to keep me on the ground and with perspective. Anyway, I was thinking about this morning and I was thinking, I've known Donald Trump, gosh, a long time just from working in television. And what people forget about Donald Trump, who is often described as a real estate developer, a casino owner, both of which are true, but that for a huge chunk of his life, 10 years anyway, he had the #1 show on television. He had mastered the business that I was in. And, on the one hand, television is kind of a repulsive business. It's like a P. Diddy party every night. Ew, yeah, tell me about it. I spent 30 years doing it. But on the other hand, the people who are really, really successful, and Trump was #1 in television, all have one thing in common, which is they understand people. And the good ones like people, and they're liked back. And by the way, you probably know this, but in the TV business, which has spent the last 8 years telling you Trump is a terrifying dictator, he was loved. I mean, everyone loved him. And I liked him. I mean, I liked him from the first time I talked to him 20 years ago. He was hilarious and interesting and smart and, again, incredibly funny. And it was almost 10 years ago. It was the winter of 2015. I was in the car. I'd actually interviewed Trump that morning. I was working on a TV network that shall not be named. And Trump was the guest. And he was, of course, this famous star on another network, NBC. And he did great, like he always did. We had a great time. And about 3 hours later, I was in the car going somewhere, and he called me. And he said, I just want you to know that I'm thinking of running for president. And I just did not take it seriously at all. And I said, oh, yeah, I'm running for president, okay. Because everyone in TV thinks I should be president. Joe Scarborough wakes up every morning, I should be president. But he's not really gonna run because you don't want to give up the salary, and it's hard to run for president. It's just a way to sell a book or whatever. So I kind of laughed. And he said, no, I'm gonna surprise you. And it was such a weird conversation that I actually wrote it down in my calendar. I looked it up today. I wrote it down. Donald Trump calls, says he's gonna run for president, because there was something in his voice that didn't sound like the Trump I thought I knew. There was a resolve there that I thought was amazing. And of course, the rest is history. Almost 10 years later, he has completely transformed the country and the world and the political party under whose banner he ran, the Republican Party. And for me, it was this incredible journey of watching this guy, covering him, knowing him, to where I am now, which is speaking on a stage without any shame at all, not getting paid for it, doing it because I really, really mean it, and endorsing him for president. And so I just want to explain how I got here, because I think it says a lot about who Trump is. So the first thing I noticed about Trump was that everybody in the Republican Party I had suspicions about hated him immediately. There was something about Donald Trump that whenever he spoke, that the people I'd always thought were kind of false, the Jonah Goldbergs of the world, the Mitch McConnells of the world, but these were leading figures in the Republican Party, my neighbors in Washington, D.C., who are Republicans. You know, here Trump comes out of nowhere. He seems to be gaining traction. People who'd never voted Republican, who never voted at all, seem to like Trump. This seemed like great news if you're trying to expand your political party. And yet the Republicans in Washington were so offended by Trump that they couldn't even talk about him. I remember being at a Christmas party in 2015 with my aforementioned sweet wife at our neighbor's house. You know, all kinds of people sitting around, and someone mentioned Trump, and my wife, who's not political at all, says, I like Trump. I remember one of my neighbors goes, oh yeah, I like Trump. Oh, that's hilarious. And my wife goes, no, I do like Trump. Why, is that bad? And people, it was like the devil getting splashed with holy water. They just moved back slowly, staring at her like, is this person dangerous? That was such a shocking thing to say in Northwest DC in 2015, and I began to ask myself, why is Donald Trump so threatening? Is it because he's got some crazed extremist program? No. Everything he said was kind of moderate and sensible, like, I don't know, we should have a border. And if we're gonna have NATO, maybe the countries in NATO should help pay for it. If we're gonna defend Europe, maybe they could, pony up a little bit. Why are we paying the entire bill? That didn't seem crazy to me. Boy, they treated Trump like he was a dangerous freak, like he just escaped from the state mental institution. Shackles on his arm and a butcher knife in his hand. Stop this man! And I just remember watching this. I wasn't emotional about it at first, but I remember thinking, my neighbors all seem so reasonable and sensible, even the Democrats. All kind of normal people. I lived on their street. Why are they so mad about a guy who says stuff like, we should have a border? And then I realized that they hated Trump because Trump asked questions they couldn't answer. Like, why are we doing it this way? And I remember thinking and saying, well, I don't know, why don't you just answer his question? If not having a border is such a good idea, if it's so important to have a tight labor market, or if you think tariffs are so terrible, why don't you just explain why? Why are you yelling at the guy? No matter what he said, he would get up and say, I think we should have tariffs. And they would say, racist! And I would think to myself, what do tariffs have to do with race? I was completely confused. And then over time, within about a year, I realized people hated Trump because they were guilty of crimes. And those people were my neighbors and coworkers. My mind exploded. Ultimately, I had to leave the city where I spent my entire life. Because thanks to Donald Trump, I saw what it really was, which was a scam. It was the richest city in the United States. Its suburbs, 8 out of 10 of the richest suburbs were suburbs of Washington, D.C., and we didn't make anything. There was no business there. There was no production of anything. By the way, there was also no creativity or open-mindedness. How did these people get so rich? Well, by stealing. That's how. That had never occurred to me till Trump came. And yet everybody involved in the grift knew instantly the jig was up. If this guy keeps talking, we're in deep trouble. And I'm not even sure, and he's coming on stage in a minute, and maybe we can ask him. I'm not even sure that when he got to Washington, Donald Trump understood how corrupt the city was. I'm not sure he even knew. He sensed there was a problem. Neither he nor me nor any normal person had any idea that even before he got to the city, the CIA and the FBI would be working to destroy him. That's the threat that he posed to them. And what was that threat? Just being honest in a simple way about what he saw, telling the truth. They saw the truth as a mortal threat, and they see the truth as a mortal threat now. I really think, I mean, look, let's be completely honest. Donald Trump is the choice of American voters for president. That's not wish fulfillment. I'm not saying that because I want it to be true, though I do. I'm saying that because it's completely obvious. There is no Democrat running for anything who could fill a hall like this, who could do it 4 times a day for a year. There's not one. There's no Republican in Washington. Could Mitch McConnell fill this hall? I don't think so. Yeah, every boo is deserved if you only knew how deserved those boos were. One of the things that we learned from Donald Trump, one of the many, many things, completely changed my life watching it. One of the many things we learned is that the Republican Party, the leaders of the Republican Party, really despised their own voters. They had zero interest in improving their lives. And we know this because as 100,000 a year died of drug overdose, as their towns died from offshoring of industry, as their towns were invaded from people from foreign countries who were here illegally, they did nothing. Their attention was focused abroad to the Middle East and Eastern Europe. That's where all the money went. That's where all the prayers went. That's where all the attention went, because that's all they cared about. They didn't care at all about their own voters. And by the way, I didn't really know that. I think most people in this room sense that. You know when someone doesn't care about you, you can feel it. You can feel the contempt coming off them in oily waves. That's exactly what it is. It's contempt. Joe Biden's not the only one who thinks you're garbage, actually. Mitch McConnell agrees with that. That's a fact. And that's one of the reasons that they don't want Donald Trump back in Washington. But the main reason they don't want Donald Trump back in Washington is something called disclosure. Do you know what disclosure is? Disclosure means sunlight. Disclosure is the principle that you, as an American citizen, an equity owner of this country, not a renter, not a serf, not a slave, but as a citizen, an owner of this country, a person on whose behalf the government exists. There's no other reason to have the government except to serve you, that you have a right to know what that government is doing with your money in your name. It's not a privilege that you are granted. If they're in a good mood one day, you can know a little bit more about how John F. Kennedy was murdered in 1963. You have an absolute moral right to know because you own it. They're your employees who somehow have decided they're your overlords. And they're very concerned that if Donald Trump comes back to Washington, we're going to find out what's happened to the $100 billion that we've sent Ukraine over the past 2.5. What happened to that money? There's never been an audit of it. Where do you think it went? Have you been to McLean recently? Yeah. It's not just Hunter Biden, by the way. Hunter Biden, I mean, to his great credit, was so high on crack he couldn't steal half as much as, you know, your average contractor in Washington and his friends. So the truth is, actual crimes have taken place. Crimes that made people rich, crimes that hurt American citizens, and you're not allowed to know their scale or the details about any of them because it's classified. And they're terrified if Donald Trump gets back, accompanied by a full cast of reformers, not alone this time. Not a single man riding into Washington, man against the machine. It's hard to do that. He did it. He fought off 2 impeachment attempts for daring to do it. But if he comes back with, I don't know, Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk, when he comes back with an army of people who know exactly what's up, they know what's going on, they know where the bodies are likely to be buried, and they're coming with shovels to dig them up. What you're seeing now is actual panic and desperation. And I guess I've kind of backhandedly defended Hunter Biden on the grounds that he was so out of it, he had no idea what was actually going on. I'll extend the same courtesy to Kamala Harris. And that creepy guy who's following around on the campaign trail. By the way, AOC just said the other day, speaking of which, AOC, that would be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I love that. She's this revolutionary who's named after a conquistador and doesn't even know it. Your last name is Cortez, honey. Sit this one out. Excuse me. And people would be like, Larry Mussolini shows up and is like, no, I'm against fascism, really. All right, got it. What a moron. But she was at a rally in Vegas yesterday and she goes, Doug Emhoff is the model of masculinity. Oh, man. Yeah. Memo to any unmarried women here, do not date a feminist man. They'll smack you around, trust me. It's the weak ones you have to be afraid of, but it's the strong ones they're afraid of. Because they know that what they've done and have been doing for decades could be exposed. And this is existential for them. So I would just say, without putting too fine a point on it, but every person in this room senses what I'm talking about, do not underestimate what they are capable of. To them, this is not an election, it's much bigger than that. These are people who think they have a moral right to rule, and that you were born in the serf class and there you will stay. They believe that. These same people lecturing us about democracy. They think it is their right to be in charge, as if anyone in a democracy has a right to be in charge. People serve at the pleasure of the population for the benefit of the population. It's literally that simple. But they don't believe that. Donald Trump has stood in the face of that group, which includes every power center, not simply in the United States, but in the world, almost since the day he called me in the car in the winter of 2015 and said he was dead serious about running. And he has faced them off, and he has endured more punishment, graver trials than any politician in the history of this country. And he didn't need to. He didn't need to. At any point, he could have said, you know what? I've got a lot of grandchildren, some of whom I enjoy playing golf with. I'm pretty rich, actually. You may have heard that. And I don't need this. And he has bulled forward with energy and cheerfulness from beginning to end. And I would submit, since AOC raised the question of what a real man looks like, let me just tell you my view of what a real man looks like. A real man is a cheerful man. And he's cheerful because he's brave. Brave people have hope because they have a mission and they're strong inside. And they know, because they are living for something greater than themselves, that even if they die, they don't die. The mission lives on. And that's what gives them heart and cheerfulness. They are not morose. They are not self-pitying. They are bright, bright-eyed, cheerful, energetic, and in command. And that is exactly what Trump has proven to be, including on the day he was shot in the face. And I know because I talked to him that night. And he made a joke about it. And I sometimes think, I'm a pretty tough guy. I've been fired by all these cable networks. It's really hard to be fired by a cable network. I've really been through it. Thank me for my service later. It's absurd. All of us are the heroes of our own drama, of course, no matter what it is. You teach middle school social studies, I'm sure you come home and think, man, I fought a battle today. You run some stupid cable TV show and you're like, I'm tough as hell. Try getting shot in the face at a rally and then pushing off the Secret Service and standing up with your fist in the air. Try that. That was the most revealing moment I have ever seen in the life, not just of any politician, but of any person I have known personally, someone I actually know. And that's the moment that little boys dream about. That's, I mean, every little boy, because men do not become men organically, they have to prove that they're men. And every little boy dreams about some war scenario. Everyone's dead but me, and I'm charging the machine gun nest because I'm the bravest man. Would you? Would you be the bravest man? Or would you be in fetal position, calling out your mom's name? I don't know, we don't know. You haven't been put in that position, I haven't either. Donald Trump just was on camera. It was so unbelievable that Democrats on MSNBC and the internet immediately accused him of faking it on the grounds that nobody could be that brave. And it's true, that's not a kind of Doug Emhoff thing to do. Kind of hard to imagine the second gentleman standing up and being like, fight, fight, fight. You know, or Tim Walz. But the truth is, masculinity is still an indispensable thing. I'm sorry. It is. Even in an age of Uber Eats and air conditioning. No one's going out to slay a mastodon with a spear, but you still need a brave man in charge. Because it's a rough world and unexpected things happen. And as my friend Mike Tyson said, famously, everybody got a plan until he gets hit in the face. So what's your plan when you get shot in the face? You don't have a plan. You act purely on instincts, and that's when we find out if you're a leader or not. And that's what we learned. And we're learning it still. We're learning it still, because even if you or me have been able to pull that off, you think that's the end? You think that's the last time they're going to try to do that to you? Are you joking? No, probably not. You think even if you manage to get the most votes, you can get elected. If you get elected, what's it going to be like to govern? It is an unending struggle every single day to represent the people you've promised to represent, the people who otherwise have no representation, none. Because trust me, outside of Donald Trump, very few people in Washington care about you, and I mean that, because you're not Ukrainian. But he does care. And because he cares, because at this point, I don't care if you're a New York Times correspondent, and if there are any in this room, let me raise my middle finger in your face. And that is heartfelt. I mean that. That's not just some talking point I'm throwing out there to make you feel good. My hostility toward legacy media is earned. I know them. They're worse than you think. But that's not just a talking point. That is real. Someone who is willing to do that on your behalf is not only the man you need, he's the only man who can represent you. Because that's what it's going to take. You're going to have to stare down the barrel of the hate aimed at you, not just from assorted people on the internet, but from the most powerful people on the planet, and you're going to have to stand up as straight and say, onward, with a smile on your face every day. And he's the only person I have ever met in my entire 55 years on this planet who can do that. So with that, let me get my handheld mic to introduce the former and next president. Now I am more honored than I've been in a long time in memory. Oh, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So, I've been thinking this for the past 8 years, and I've thought it more frequently this year. What motivates you to keep going?
Who the hell knows? I don't know. I just want to be with people like this. There's so much love in this room. So much love, right? Isn't that amazing? No, it's pretty easy. I could have I have a lot of alternatives. I could be in a beautiful beach with the waves hitting me in the face and all that boring stuff. And I've been there, and you get very bored pretty easily. I have one thing in mind. It's called Make America Great Again. That's all I think about.
Amen. But was there ever a moment, I mean, I don't want to go through the litany, but I was thinking about it today, because every person in this room has followed this so carefully. But if you make a list of all the attacks, some of which are just mind-boggling in their viciousness and unfairness, culminating with being shot, was there ever a moment where you just thought, come on, this is too much?
You like not to think about that, honestly, and there are moments when you don't feel so good about things, but you try not to do that. You try not to, I always like to look forward. I don't like to look so much in the present. I don't like to look in the past so much, other than you have to learn from the past. It's history, you have to learn, otherwise you're a very foolish person. But I like to look forward. I like to think of the positive. I think you have to have a sort of the power of positive thinking in a way. And I don't know, it's just a mission that I'm on. I felt we did great in the first election, 2016. We did much better in the second election. Bad things happened, bad things happened. And had I not done well in the second, I would have said, all right, that's it, because, you wouldn't have done well. But I knew how well we did. And now, she said, you're right about that. But, no, but if I didn't do, we got millions and millions more votes in the second election, which rarely happens to a president. Usually they get less. Almost all the time they get less. Obama got less. Barack Hussein Obama, he got a lot less. And had we not done well, but I knew how well we did, and I said, well, let's see how they do. And I waited around for a year, and I looked at these people, and Biden was grossly incompetent. I saw that. His vice president wasn't even a discussion. She came in last. She was the first one to get out of the Democrat primary. She was, I guess, number 22. I think there were 22 people, and she was the last. She was the last or first out, if you want to look at it that way. She never got to Iowa. But I was watching, and if they could do well, I would have been very happy. Actually, I would have been very satisfied. But they were grossly incompetent. And when I watched what they were doing and how they were destroying this country at the border, I mean, millions and millions of people. I'm sure we have some in here tonight with us, you know, murderers and drug dealers, prisoners. You know, they have prisons from all over the world are being emptied out into our country, all over the world, the Congo and Africa, not just South America. You know this. They're opening up their prisons and they're bringing them into our country. Anyway, so I watched other things too. I mean, Afghanistan, you take a look at Afghanistan, what happened with Afghanistan, how bad that was. I wanted to get out. We were getting out. We were going to keep Bagram, but we were getting out with dignity and strength. We were strong. And the way they got out, they took the soldiers out first. No, you take the soldiers out last. Anybody would know that. And you watched all of the things that happened. And I said, we're going to do this thing. We're going to do it again. And we're doing well. I mean, now we're going to know in 4 days. But we're doing very well. I think we're leading by a lot. And if we can keep that cheating down, because they're a bunch of cheats, if we can keep that cheating down, we're going to have a tremendous victory. I think it'll go down as one of the greatest victories of all time. So we're going to have an exciting time. We're going to have an exciting time.
So you were in New Mexico the other day. New Mexico's considered a pretty blue state. What were you doing there?
Well, they're also a border state. They have people pouring in by the tens of thousands, and they're being decimated. They're being hurt very badly. They also have a pretty rotten economy for a lot of reasons, but what they really have is tremendous inflation. But beyond that, because I happen to think that the border is the single biggest issue. I think the border is a bigger issue than inflation. Inflation is destroying, and it's a country buster. You know, inflation, it's broken up many countries, including Germany from many years ago. You look at where there was this was the biggest inflation and the worst inflation we've ever had. They say in 48 years, they don't include a lot of things. It was the worst inflation we've ever had. Inflation is a country buster. So I'm not trying to minimize that, but I think the biggest problem and the worst thing that's happened to this country is allowing millions of people in here that are criminal people. Look, when you empty out your prisons and you put them into the United States, a lot of bad things happen, and they're coming in totally unvetted, totally unchecked. They're pouring in. Venezuela has allowed thousands and thousands of the roughest prisoners in the world to come in. You know, their crime rate is way down. I think like 70%, 72%. They've taken from Caracas and the cities in Venezuela where they have the problem. They've taken the street gangs and they've delivered them into the United States. Thank you very much. They've taken their criminals. They've taken their drug dealers and drug lords. They've taken them out of Caracas and they brought them into the United States. And it is a disgrace. And we are going to have to do a very large deportation because you can't live like that. It cannot be sustained, Tucker. It cannot be sustained. I think you know that better than anybody.
So I do know, I think it's the gravest crime ever committed against the United States, ever, by any country. Our leaders committed it against us. But it does raise the question of motive. It hasn't helped the labor market any. It hasn't helped Americans at all. You've heard a Democratic senator stood up and said the United States military should take these people. We should give them guns. New York City has given them guns in the police department. You wonder, what is going on here?
So it's the hardest thing. You know, in business, and you like to go and where you started from, you sort of like to understand where the other side's coming from. So here you're looking at something. Why do they want men in women's sports? And, you know, I've been doing this now. I was very proud to say I wasn't a politician, but I guess after a while you're sort of a politician.
I think you qualify, yeah.
And, you know, so, I hate to say it, but you like to know where the other side's coming from. And I'll say, why do they want to have men, and they're so emphatic about it, men playing in women's sports? You see what's happening in volleyball, what's happening in swimming, what's happening in weightlifting. How about weightlifting, where records that stood for 18 years, you know, are being broken by hundreds of pounds. The whole thing is crazy. Then you say, why do they want to have transition, I call them transition operations by the thousands. If you just say, well, I'm thinking about it, they throw you into an operating table, and you say, why do they want to have that? Who wants that? Who wants to have open borders, which are, they're all the same thing. They don't make any sense. You know, we're the party of common sense, right? Because I think we're really the party of common sense. And there can only be a couple of reasons. Number one, they're stupid. Well, they're not stupid because you can't be stupid. No, but you can't be stupid and be that good at cheating on elections, okay? Because they're great at that. So they could be stupid. They could also hate our country. They could hate our country. They may hate our country. They may not even know it. You know, they may not, a lot of people don't know it, but they, and the other thing is they want to cheat on elections by signing these people up. And they are trying to sign people up. They're trying to sign people up that don't even know what country they're in, okay? So that's the other thing. So it's one of those three things. Nobody really knows. But you'd say, okay, so I've been doing this for a while. I've never had anybody, I've had people come up and say, gee, it would be great if you could get the taxes down. Gee, it would be great if you could do this. It would be hundreds of things. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, it's really important to me that we allow men to play in women's sports. Nobody. Nobody. And yet, it's such a big deal. It's such a big deal.
Wait, so you think the point may be just to destroy, just to break the country?
It could be they hate our country. I mean, they may hate our country. And we deal with real scum. I mean, like a guy like Adam Shifty Schiff. He's a sleazebag. And he's probably going to be a senator, if you can believe it. But I call him Watermelon Head. He has the... No, he's unattractive, both inside and out. That is... No, but this is a really bad guy. This is a dishonest guy. Not a dumb guy at all. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen on a human being. He will never be a football player, I can tell you. But he's a smart guy, but he's just a sleazebag. You know, there's nothing else you can... I'll give you, should I give you a little example?
I hope you will. I'm really enjoying this a lot.
This gentleman happens to like my son, Don, I think, because he likes you. Now, maybe you don't, but he likes you. I have a son, Don, who's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a wild man. A little wild. I would say he's a little wild.
In a good way.
But in a good way. He's a very good kid. And I read about, like, all of a sudden, he's involved with Russia. I said, but I know him so well. He's my boy. I know exactly. He knows less about Russia than the cameraman that's sitting right there who's never been. Don doesn't know anything about Russia. But one day, about, 3 years before, they met, a whole group of people met with a Russian lawyer having to do with the Nowitzki Act or something, having to do with child adoption. Crazy. But she was a Russian. Now, everybody in Congress knew this woman. But anyway, they go after him. Now, think of this. Russia was a major hoax, okay? It's now been adjudged to be a total major hoax. We had the Mueller Commission. We had everybody. It was a hoax. It was made up to justify why Hillary Clinton lost the election when she wasn't supposed to lose. It was a totally... And it was made up by Schiff and Hillary and some other just total sleazeballs. And what happened is the fake news media, which is back there, you do know that. They're always around someplace. But what happened is the fake news media, what they said is it started with a simple move. How did you lose the election? It was Russia. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, I won this election. What the hell did Russia have to do with it? And then it went... And it was only supposed to be a one-day deal by the Democrats. In other words, it was going to... But the press picked it up, and they liked it. They like, ooh, Russia, that sounds good. You covered it better than... You were funny. You'd go, Russia. You'd go crazy. But it drove you crazy, didn't it? Because you knew it was such a hoax.
It was so insane, and all these people I knew believed it. It was...
Such a hoax. They actually tried starting it up about 2 months ago. Did you see? It flopped. This time, the press just couldn't get away with it. I'll tell you about our lawsuit having to do with the Pulitzer. You know, we brought a lawsuit against, because they said, the New York Times, Washington Post, they got the Pulitzer Prize for accurate and beautiful reporting on the Russia hoax, you know, the whole thing. And I sued them, and it's doing very well, by the way. I want the reporters to give back their awards because they were wrong. There were plenty of guys that were right, like you and Sean, and there were plenty of guys that were right. But so I said, but here's the thing. So with shifty shift, see, that's the weave. See, we start. You know about the weave, right? Start. As long as you come back to the right location. So what happens? You understand that?
Yeah.
Somebody said, does he ramble? I said, I don't ramble. I do the weave. I covered many, many subjects. And you always come back to the right. That's genius. There's a difference between rambling and genius. Okay. So now getting back to the point. So I have a son, Don, a good guy, knows nothing about Russia, has zero. And they went through millions of phone calls. There wasn't one call to Russia, et cetera, et cetera. So Shifty Schiff, Adam Schiff, a real sleazebag. He's at an intelligence meeting, and he's not supposed to be talking, but wherever he goes, the press is out there standing because he's provocative or whatever the hell, or because they figure they'll get something bad on me, which is probably much more accurate. So Schiff comes out. Now think of this, how bad a person you have to be. I have a son, and I love my son. I love all my children. You love your children. I mean, there are a couple of people that, who doesn't love their children? There'll be about 20 people out there. But I have a son, and I love my son. And he's a good boy. He's a good guy. You know Eric, you know Barron. I love my kids. I have good kids. But I love my son. And Schiff goes out. Now think of this. It was him and Crooked Hillary and some other people. They conceived of this hoax. So they know it's a hoax. They know it's not real because it's a made-up story that they conceived, and, you know, they spied on my campaign, all this stuff. But they conceived of the story, so he knows the story is false. And yet he leaves an intelligence meeting, goes to the press, which is waiting outside, a lot of press, and he says something to the effect, Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, will be going to jail. He will spend many years in prison for what he's done to our nation. And think of how bad you have to be. He just said that an innocent kid is going to go to prison on a story that's a bacocked story. It's a made-up story. And he said, my son, the president's son, is going to spend many years in prison. I called my son. I said, hey, Don, how's everything? Are you okay with this? He said, Dad, I don't know what they're talking about. He meant it. He said, I don't know what they're talking about. I didn't want to get into it too much because I didn't want to make him nervous. And I said, well, you don't know anything about Russia, do you? He said, Dad, I don't know anything. I have nothing. I don't know what they're talking about. So think of this. It turned out the Mueller report, and I tell you, it was an amazing thing that happened because I had 18 radical left lunatics, and I had Mueller who didn't know where the hell he was, okay? You saw that in the hearings. But think of this. I had no chance. It was a stacked court, but I had an angel in that court. I had somebody that wouldn't allow them to do what some of the sleazebags that you know, and you know who they are. Somebody on that court, and I think I know the person, high-quality person, and would not allow them to do what they would have loved to have done, is convict, even though you're totally innocent, you didn't even know what the hell. So we were exonerated fully. There was no hoax. There was no anything. We were exonerated fully. But just think of it. Just think. And the Mueller report came out, and it was a complete exoneration. But here's a guy that made up a story that tried to put my son in prison for years. And he knew the story was false. They made it up. How bad a person do you have to be? And I heard the son of the President of the United States is going to jail, and he'll be there for many years on a story. Now, how would you feel if you're the kid? I mean, you're a young kid, and you're hearing this crap. Just think of it. But how bad do you have to be? So you know it's fake because he made it up. And, you know, he's a storyteller, too. You know, he writes little bullshit stories. You know that, right? But I just think they're really... We have some, and you know, I talk about the enemy from within, and they do have, they're the greatest con people in the world. Oh, they talk about how dare, that's a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy. You know, the amazing thing is where they say, he wants to become elected and he wants to put people in jail. How terrible. That's what they've been trying to do to me for 4 years.
And I should say that your son, Don, had 5 small children. Can you imagine threatening a man with 5 kids with prison for a crime he didn't commit? So you said that you were saved in the end by an angel. How have your views about God changed in the last 8 years, and particularly after getting shot?
Well, look, I've always been a believer, but I wouldn't say, you know, there's a certain pastor, Robert Jeffress, and I didn't know, his name is Robert Jeffress, nice guy from Texas. And he said, you know, Trump may not be the best Christian of all, but he's the only one going to take us to the promised land because he's the best leader and he's the toughest guy and he's going to be able to get us through this crazy life. And he was a big supporter. And now I have unbelievable evangelical and Christian support because I've done a great job for them and we're together. But he said he may not know the Bible quite as well as other people are supposed to. But, you know, he also did something. They picked Ronald Reagan over Jimmy Carter a long time ago. You know that they said he wasn't quite as religious, but he's the guy that's going to get the job done. And I did a great job with a lot of things having to do with saving religion because these people want to put religion out of business. These people are, you know, they go crazy when I say the enemy from within. And I said, look, we have China, we have Russia, we have Kim Jong-un of North Korea. We have a lot of people out there. But if you have a smart president, I had a great relationship with President Xi until the China virus came in. And that was a bridge too far, but we'll have a very good relationship. And there's reasons for them to want to like us. There's big reasons. But if you have a smart president that kind of smart, meaning with people, if you have a smart president, somebody that knows what's happening, you're going to be fine. But, you know, we do have an enemy from within. We have some very bad people. And those people are also very dangerous. They would like to take down our country. They'd like to have our country be a nice communist country or a fascist in any way they can. And we have to be careful of that. But they're the greatest con artists in the world because as soon as I said an enemy from within, they said, he's saying an enemy from within. These are sick puppies, I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, just objectively, I noticed that the second you left and Biden came in, we didn't have any more Antifa riots, which makes me wonder how is Antifa not the militia of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, but you did have a lot of riots, and you have a lot of people being hurt in a different way. You have a lot of people being hurt very, very badly. We stopped. You know, we had a period of time where they wanted to tear down statues. Yeah. And, you know, they thought the statue of Abraham Lincoln should be ripped down immediately and a couple of others. And we stopped them. I signed an old bill that was old and dusty. It was like of 1910, the United Statues Act of like 1910. It said that if you tear down a statue or even get near it, if you don't want it, if up to the president, you go to jail for 10 years. And when they started getting a little bit frisky, I took that old dusty statue, hadn't been used in a long time. We took it out, and they were getting a little wild. Do you remember that period of time? And I said, I had a little news conference, and I said, anybody that touches a statue, they were going to rip down Andrew Johnson. They were going to rip down Andrew Jackson. And the rope was already on them. And I mean, I saw what was going on. And I signed that thing, and I had a news conference. I said, anybody that touches a statue, if you touch the statue, you're going to jail for 10 years with no parole, no early getting out. And I looked, because there was a little discord in Washington. I looked at those people from the back, and I saw those people. I saw about 1,000 asses. They were facing me as they headed out of town. They were heading out of town. And we never heard from them again. Until recently, Until recently, when you had, about 2 months ago, you had some horrible riots in Washington, D.C., where they took spray paint and they sprayed the limestone lions and they burned the American flags badly. And, you know, I'd like to see anybody that burns the American flag 1 year in jail. I really believe that.
You mentioned the enemy within. It's pretty clear, well, it's not clear, it's a fact that the CIA and the FBI, which are absolutely not allowed by law to have any influence in American politics, because that's the end of democracy, both of them and a bunch of other intel agencies worked against you on behalf of the Democratic Party from the minute you got elected in 2016. And they're still doing it. They're working against you now. What will you do about that?
So one thing I've learned in Washington, it's all people. You got to get the right people. So when I got elected, I was only, according to the fake news, which I think in this case it wasn't fake, they said I was here 17 times during the course of my life and I never stayed over. So I wasn't a Washington person. I was a New York person. I knew New York, but I didn't know Washington. And all of a sudden, I'm the president of the United States. I'm saying, and I didn't know anybody. I said, hello, anybody? Does anybody would like to have dinner or something? But so I had to rely on rhinos and good people, too. Even some good rhinos. There aren't too many of them. They're sort of a dying breed right now, I would say, actually. But I had to rely on people that I didn't know to give me information. And I won't use any specifics, but I had some people in government with me, and I realized, and, you know, they have pretty much different philosophies than I would have or than you would have. And for the most part, we had great people. I mean, we had great trade people. I had great military people. I had the real military, not the millies who's, you know, they're stupid people. Some of these people. By the way, every one of those people having to do with Afghanistan should be fired immediately. Every general should be fired immediately. You know, Biden doesn't fire anybody. That's why he never has books written about. Well, two reasons. Number one, nobody cares about him. It's not like, oh, let's write a book about Biden. Nobody cares. But the other thing is that he never, I don't think, has he fired anybody? I don't think he's fired. I fired a lot of people. I didn't like people. I fired them. And then he immediately get called by the New York Times or somebody because they're very, I mean, they truly are the enemy of the people. They're the enemy of the people. Those people right there, not all of them, but about 91%, they're the enemy of the people. So they'll say, oh, he got fired, therefore he... And the interesting thing about firing people, you can fire them really nice, like even I've taken months nice and easy, have lunch, let's think about it, In the end, they get fired, and then they wake up the next morning, that son of a bitch fired me, right? Or you can do like I did on The Apprentice, you're fired, get the hell out of here. Doesn't matter. When you fire somebody, you fire somebody. I've learned after years, you might as well just fire them. Then I do another thing. I say, and I wouldn't do that again, because I'm a nice person. I don't want to hurt somebody. I say, give me a letter. You know what that means? Give me a letter. I said, look, it's not working out. You're not the guy for me. Give me a letter of resignations. I say, give me a letter. Everyone knows what that means. So a guy will write a letter, dear. And then he'll say he quit. And that's okay. That's what I'm, you know, the problem is when that happens with me, it's always a big story, so-and-so quits. Virtually every person that gave me a letter, I said, give me a letter. Virtually every person that quit, they only quit because I said, essentially, you're fired, get the hell out of here. But I want to be nice because I'm not looking to fire somebody publicly. I wouldn't do that anymore. I'm just going to say, if somebody doesn't work out, and no matter how good you are, you always have people that don't work out. It's interesting. Sometimes people, you think they're okay, maybe not so great, they turn out to be great. And sometimes you say, this guy is going to be phenomenal, and he turns out to be a stiff. But I had some people that were, you know, like a guy like John Bolton. A friend of mine calls me after I put him on. He said, don't hire that guy. He's no good. He's bad news. He's dumb as a rock and all that stuff. I said, it's a problem, but I like him for a different reason. He's the one that got Bush, him and Cheney and a couple of other of these lunatics. They got them to go into the Middle East and to create war in the Middle East, to spend $9 trillion. Remember, I used to say, don't go into Iraq but if you do go in, keep the oil. Well, they went in, but they didn't keep the oil. They didn't keep anything. You know, Iraq is a massive oil country. They have $400 billion right now. But I said, don't go in. But I said it as a civilian, so people cared because for whatever reason, I get a disproportionate amount of publicity. And someday he's going to explain to me why. Will you explain that to me? So even as a civilian, sort of, before I ran, but I'd be very much, involved with things and statements. They'd call and ask. But I said, don't go in. They went in. It was such a bad decision. So Bolton, see again, you get back. Bolton, a real dope. But I thought he'd be great because he was so stupid. He was like a boiler. Every time, if somebody shot down a little tiny crappy drone that cost about $15, he'd want to go to war with Russia. I said, no, I think he was great for me, though, for a period of time because he was a nut job, and everybody, I could see his face get red with that stupid white mustache, and he'd be ready to explode. And this was good for me. I went to Kim Jong-un in North Korea. I took this moron with me, and he never said anything. But when Kim Jong-un saw him, he said, oh, shit, I think the guy wants to go to war. So he was great for me to negotiate with. The same thing with Russia. You know, when Putin saw him, I'd be very nice. I'd say, hi, Vladimir, how you doing? And then Putin's, 2 rows back, and it'd see that moron, and it'd say, holy shit, this guy wants to go to war with me. And I got a lot of what I wanted. You know, we killed, as you know, the Nord Stream 2. I killed Nord Stream 2. That's the other thing that's great. Their PR sense, their political sense, very interesting. They love to say that I was a friend of Russia, I worked for Russia, I was a Russian spy. These people are sick. The biggest job Russia ever had is Nord Stream 2. This is the biggest pipeline like in the world. Goes from Russia to Germany and all over Europe. I killed it. Nobody would kill it but me. I stopped it. The thing was half built, dead. Then there's obviously, look, in all fairness to Biden, he was dumb 35 years ago. He was a dumb guy. It's true. It's true. But he comes in and he approves it, but he stops the Keystone pipeline, which really we need. That's our pipeline. But think of it.
Wrong country.
Yeah, but think of it. It's rough. It's rough stuff. He stopped. I said, wait a minute, it's supposed to be the other way. Let Keystone go, but stop the Russian pipeline. And I went to the Germany and the different countries, but mostly Germany, and say, so let's get this straight. We're helping you and guarding you from Russia, but you're paying Russia billions of dollars a month for oil. How's that working? That's not working, dude. I mean, the whole concept. Anyway, I stopped it. And then I keep reading stories that, oh, I was a puppet for Russia. Putin actually said to me, if you're a puppet now, I'd hate to see if you were angry, because this was the biggest economic job. This was the most important thing that they probably had ever done, and I stopped it. It's all about the people, Tucker. If you have the right people, it goes beautifully. It's like in my real estate business. If I have a good building here and I have a good superintendent of the building, and that guy's doing a great job, and I've done it over the years with my father, would have a building and another building, and you'd have a great super here and a lousy super there. The one here, the building, everything was perfect. Over here, everything was crappy. We have the. So now I say, let's take this super, move them over here. It worked beautifully for there, but not for there, because now all of a sudden that one doesn't. It's all about the people. You gotta put the people in. And if I have any complaint about myself, and I don't really blame myself, because in all fairness, I became president of the United States, and I never did this stuff before, you know? It's pretty good. I never did it before. I was driving down Pennsylvania Avenue with Melania, the new First Lady, who's great. People love her. She's got the #1 selling book. Tucker, she's got the number. Melania right now has the #1 selling. Go out and buy it. It's a great book. It really is. But think. So I had never done it before, and I do it. We had 18 people, including me. We had debates, and all of a sudden, we had 17, 16, 15, and they started disappearing. And a lot of people thought I was doing it just for fun. You did. I think Tucker did too. He thought I was having a good time. I was having actually having a good time. But all of a sudden, did you notice they started to disappear? Then you have 10 people, and then you had low energy people. You had a lot of interesting people. And then I came up with nicknames for everybody, and for the most part, they were extremely destructive, right? We had some beauties. We had some, like Pocahontas because I don't use my Republican names anymore because I'm friendly with all those guys. We retired those names. But all of a sudden they start, and then we get down to 10, so now 8 are gone, and we're down to 10. Remember, we needed 2 stages because there were so many. I said, we have the children's stage, and then we have the grown-up stage. And it was all based on the numbers, the ratings, the numbers, your popularity, how you're doing. So then we're 10, then we're 8. Then we're 5, then we're 4, 3, 2, 1, right? And all of a sudden, I'm the nominee, and everyone thought I didn't want to be up, but I did want to be. Don't let them tell you that. They said, he didn't, all these geniuses, they said, he didn't really want to win. He's extremely upset that he would, no. If you're going to play, win, and some people were surprised, but you heard that, I didn't want to win. And I was miserable that I won. No, that's a false story. That's their own misinformation, a term I use a lot, and now they use it all over. I always say misinformation, disinformation, and now everybody says that, so I don't use it anymore. But what happens is I end up being the nominee, and then I watch the other side, Bernie Sanders and Crooked Hillary go at it, and it's Crooked Hillary. And all of a sudden, I'm fighting against Crooked Hillary Clinton, who's a smart woman, much smarter than Kamala, but doesn't lie as much. Hillary was a liar, a horrible scoundrel, but this one lies so much. And she's a low IQ individual. She doesn't even know she's lying, I'm telling you. This is not what you want for your president. That has nothing to do with me. This is not what you want. She's a very low IQ individual. She's dumb as a rock, and you can't have that. You can't have that. We love our country too much. You can't have it. We just went through 4 years of it. You can't have any more. A country can only take so much. And then I won. And so the point is that I never did it before, right? I'm president of the United States, and I was never even a politician before. And I picked some great people, Lighthizer and Trade, and we had a lot of great people. But
what's interesting is
it's all about the people. You got to have the right people.
When you ran in 2016, the leaders and heroes of the Republican Party were the Bush and Cheney families. And is it weird for you to see Liz Cheney, that'd be Dick Cheney's repulsive little daughter, running against you with Kamala Harris?
Well, I think it hurts Kamala a lot, actually. Look, she's a deranged person. The reason she doesn't like me is that she wanted to stay in Iraq. She wanted to stay. She wants to, tough person. People get killed all over. She's real tough, right? They're not the tough people. Don't forget, I went against her, and in her state, which is a great, beautiful state, she lost for Congress with the highest number in history. There has never been a congressperson that lost by almost 40 points. And the reason is because if they were ever in that situation, they'd quit. And she lost. She was beaten by a tremendous person, actually, tremendous, that I backed fully. But the reason she couldn't stand me is that she always wanted to go to war with people. I don't want to go to war. She wanted to stay in Syria. I took them out. She wanted to stay in Iraq. I took them out. I mean, if it were up to her, we'd be in 50 different countries. And number one, it's very dangerous. Number two, a lot of people get killed. And number three, I mean, it's very, very expensive. That's why we owe $36 trillion. We go, it used to be you go to war to the victor belong the spoils, right? In other words, if you beat a country, you own that country, you take the oil. We go to war. We bomb the crap out of it, and then we leave. It's almost like, what are we doing? What's going on? We bombed the whole Middle East, and then we left. What did we get? We got nothing. we destroyed. I mean, we bombed the hell out of everything. You know, when they took out Iraq for 1,000 years with different names, you had Iran and Iraq, similar powers. They were the two big ones. And for 1,000 years, they would fight each other this way, this way, this way, then they'd rest. This way, then they'd rest. They were a self-check. Then one day we go in and bomb the hell out of one, we destroy one, and then all of a sudden Iran has the whole Middle East to itself. And by the way, right now Iran has Iraq. Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran, all right? We did so many bad moves, and her father was it. You know, her father was, I was very critical of her father for years. I'd never met him, but I'd say anybody that went into the Middle East I thought was stupid. And they say, convinced Bush. Bush, oh, he was another beauty. But he supposedly convinced Bush to go in, him, Bolton, and some other lightweights, convinced them to go in. Let's go into the Middle East and destroy the whole place and kill millions of people. So they went in. But I was never a fan of Cheney. I was always very critical. And when I announced that, I was very critical, actually, not personally, but I said, he made a horrible mistake. What are these people doing? We spent 9 trillion with a T, not even with a B. Normally I say not million, billion, but now I say not billion, trillion. We spent $9 trillion bombing the hell out of the Middle East. And what the hell did we get other than lots of dead people, all over, including our people? We got nothing. So I was very critical of him. And then I announced I was running, and I was shocked that he was one of the first people. He endorsed me immediately. I said, that's amazing. But he had something that was very interesting. He had Scooter Libby. I mean, these are little stories that are interesting. Scooter Libby was a man that could have done great destruction to Bush, and they left him behind. He was given to the prosecutors. They prosecuted him rather violently, and he was almost like a sacrificial lamb. And as somebody that knows a lot about what's happening, I said, you know, if I were ever president, I'd do something with that guy. That guy got treated very badly, Scooter Libby. And when I became president, I actually called Dick Cheney. I said, let me ask you about Scooter Libby. He was best friends. He was begging Bush to give Scooter Libby a pardon, but Bush didn't have the courage to do it. You know, it takes courage to give a pardon. It does take a certain courage because the press comes after you, know, et cetera, et cetera. And he didn't have the courage to give him. He should have given him a pardon, but he didn't have the guts to do it. But Scooter, and what happened is Dick Cheney, for years, for a long time, hated Bush. And don't let anyone tell you, he hated. He said, you don't leave your wounded behind. And I understand that. And Scooter Libby really saved Bush, because he could have said things that would have been very dangerous for Bush in terms of getting impeached, in terms of going to jail, in terms of bad things happening. But Scooter Libby didn't do that. And in all fairness to Cheney, I give him credit for this. He was very loyal to him, but he couldn't get Bush to do what he should have done. I came into government, and I did what they should have done. They didn't have the guts to do it. I did it. And Scooter Libby was pardoned. I gave him a pardon. And I never met Scooter Libby, by the way. Never talked to him before that. And I got a call from Scooter Libby after I did that. And he broke down in tears, thanking me so much. And then Cheney called me, and he said, that was so incredible what you did for Scooter Libby, because he was really on Scooter Libby's. Scooter Libby took a lot of heat and took all of it and didn't say anything bad about Bush or Cheney or anything else. Could have done it, I know, because you have guys that do that, and you have guys that lie, which is worse, right? But you have guys that do that. But he was very loyal to them, and he suffered greatly. I released him. Cheney called me. He said, it's one of the nicest things I've ever seen done in politics. I said, look, I've heard for years he was treated unfairly. I've heard for years that Bush should have given him a pardon. All I did is do something that somebody else should have done. And Cheney was so, he said, I really want to thank you. He said, now I'm so glad that I actually endorsed you. It's amazing, but that you would do this. And I didn't speak to him about it. But then, go a couple of years forward or go now, and I don't blame him for sticking with his daughter, but his daughter is a very dumb individual, very dumb. She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. When the guns are trained on her face. They're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person. And I used to I'd have meetings with a lot of people, and she always wanted to go to war with people. So whether it's her, whether it's Dick, I was surprised a little bit with Dick Cheney. I didn't know him at all. I only had essentially the 1 or 2 phone calls, and it was only a call saying, thank you very much for doing that for Scooter Libby. That was nice. And Scooter Libby, by the way, was beyond that. He couldn't believe that it happened. Nobody would do it. They should have done that for him years before. But I was a little surprised because I actually thought that Dick Cheney would go with me over his daughter, and he didn't. And you know what? I understand it. It's your daughter, and you go. But she's a bad person. One other thing, they had the J6 committee, and I say this for the fake news back there. They learned a lot of phony things, like that I took on, when I was in the car, take me to the Capitol, I said, according to this young lady. And then they said, sure, we won't do that. Well, number one, if I said it, they do it. But I had 2 people, Secret Service guys, both extremely rough guys. One was like a karate champion, one was a weightlifter. She said, I grabbed the one by the neck, and when I was rebuffed, I went over to the other one, and I grabbed him in a chokehold or something. And actually, no, but how ridiculous, okay? Just not my thing. You would know. Hey, we can be tough, but it's not my thing. I wouldn't do it. I said, actually, can we go down to the Capitol? They said, sir, it's better if we don't. This was before anyone knew there was a problem, because there's a lot of people and it's going to be tough. Probably not. And we had more people than I've ever seen up at the ellipse up on top. And a small group went down to the Capitol. But I said, can you take? They said, sir, it's really a little bit tough. I said, that's okay. Whatever you think is. She had me grabbing the one around the neck and being rebuffed. And then I grabbed the other one. And I know them both very well. Bobby. I know Bobby wins, Bobby. And they're good. And they're good guys, too, but they're tough guys. I think they probably could have rebuffed me. I'm a little bit older. But friends of mine love the story. They said, leave the story. You sound like the toughest dude around. It's a great story. But it was totally made up. It was all made up. But here's the end result. The J6 committee, they call it the J6 Select Committee, like select. They're not select, they're scum. So what happens, take a look at them. They're all political hacks. But here's the thing that bothers me. They found out all this stuff was untrue. They found out her story was untrue. The 2 guys in the car testified. It's ridiculous, they said. It is ridiculous. Can you imagine? They also, I think, said it was the Beast, and it wasn't. It was one of the other ones, but you can't even get your hands through. But to think that I would be taking on 2 nice young guys simultaneously. All right, Sam, I'm ripping one and ripping the other. They're crazy. And then I went back to the White House, which I love, and I started throwing hamburgers all over the place. Okay. Finish the story is this. What happened is terrible. They went 1.5 years, and Kevin McCarthy, who's a very nice man, he made a mistake because we wanted Jim Banks and Jim Jordan on the committee, and so there'd be like 8 to 7 or something. And called me on this. He said they didn't want Jim Jordan. He's a fighter. They didn't want Jim Banks. He's a fighter. And so Kevin said, we don't want anybody on the committee. We think this committee's a sham. And I understood that was good for a day, but for the 2.5 years, we had nobody to fight for us. In other words, we had a committee. You know who was representing us on the committee? Crying Adam Kinzinger and Liz, the moron Cheney. That was who was on the committee. So these were the two Republicans. Kinzinger, who was a total whack job, and Cheney, who was worse than him. This was our, so they talk about it was a bipartisan, they call it a bipartisan commission. And I think I'd never liked the idea of not, because even if you didn't have Jim Jordan, who's very good, and Jim Banks, we have a lot of great people that would have been good, and they would have, you know, they would have mixed it up. End result, like, they finished their report, they burned and destroyed and deleted everything. Everything. And nobody, and you know why? Because they found out that Nancy Pelosi, it was her fault. She didn't put the security. I offered 10,000 National Guard or military. They found out it was Nancy Pelosi. They found out that the stories about me attacking two very tough guys that are slightly younger than me, just a few years, that wasn't true. They found out that much of it wasn't true, and they were very embarrassed. So the Unselect Committee, I call it the Unselect Committee, which I always thought was a great name because it was a select, I call it the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs. What happened is, think of it, end of the story, they deleted and destroyed all evidence, all documents. There's nothing. And the reason they did it is because they were guilty as hell. It's the greatest cover-up, and the fake news back there will not cover it. They've never even, I think, done a story. In other words, when you go into court, we want that information. There is no information. It's been destroyed. Everything's been destroyed. We have a very crooked government. Remember that. And we're going to straighten it out, and we're going to make it an honest government.
So I have to ask you about the pardons. I keep hearing you're considering pardoning Hunter Biden. Is that true? And if so, why?
No, I mean, I've never... look, I don't like the idea of what's happening. I don't like it at all. They've weaponized government, but they've weaponized it against me like nobody's ever been weaponized. The big case was the documents case. We won the case in Florida. We're winning other cases, too. But I've had to devote money and time to this. Instead of running against these stupid people, I had to devote a lot of money and a lot of time, which is what they want. I had Fani, F-A-N-I. To me, it's Fanny, but she said Fani. I think she changed it once she became the DA. She wanted to put a little French accent on Fani. And her lover boy, Wade, who was hired for like $1 million because of his expertise in whatever the hell law, RICO, but he never did a RICO case. And then they would take sailing trips like 6 times during the year, 6 times. Who the hell goes away or to sail for 6 times? Nobody. And he got paid a lot of money. He took that money, they took trips. You know, there's a whole thing, but that's just one. They totally controlled it. They control the Manhattan DA's office. They had their man in the Manhattan DA's office. He was there. They put a man in the Manhattan. They put a man into the Letitia James office. They had a guy running the whole thing. It's all run out of Washington. They went after, in the Attorney General's office, they had people, but think of it, they went after their political opponent. That's never happened to any great extent. Maybe a little bit someplace, I don't know, nobody knows of it. But it's never happened to any great extent in this country. It happens in banana republics a lot, and it happens in third world countries, but it's never happened. They went after their political opponent. So it's hard to believe that I'm winning, it seems, by a lot. If they don't cheat too much, if they don't cheat too much, you know, we found a lot of things over the last 3 days. You've seen that. We found a lot of votes, and in a certain county, in York County, Lancaster County, you know, we found a lot of bad votes. There were 2,600 votes that happened to be written by the same pen, same hand, same signature, same everything. Maybe there's an explanation for that. 2,600 votes. But we found a lot of stuff, but we're seeing to work it out. But think of it, it's hard to believe that I'm winning the election by a lot. Now, we got to keep the cheating down. We got to keep their cheating. I love you too, darling. Thank you. We got to keep their cheating down. But think of this. With all I've been through, with these animals coming and what they've done to this country, how they've hurt this country between the borders and between the weaponization, and think of it, I'm leading by a lot. I'm leading in every single swing state with all of the stuff they've done, where I've spent millions of dollars. I've spent millions of dollars on legal fees. Half of my time is taken up by this. They can campaign. Half of my time is taken up. And they're the dishonest ones. They flip it. They're the dishonest ones. But it's hard to believe. I said to somebody last night, can you believe the numbers came out last night? I'm really leading by quite a bit. Now, a lot of things can happen. Who knows? It flips, maybe. I don't know. But I'm leading by a lot. I said, can you believe I'm leading by a lot, and what they've done to me, that I'm leading at all, that I'm even living, is almost hard to believe. These are bad people.
So you've expanded and changed the Republican Party, and one of the amazing things that I have learned is that Republican voters really care about issues I didn't realize they cared about, like clean air, clean soil, clean food. You've won, somehow, the full-throated endorsement of Bobby Kennedy, lifelong Democrat, who's now like a full-time surrogate for you.
He's a very, very good man, too, by the way.
So what's that going to look like after you get elected?
Well, you know, I feel interesting about this kind of stuff. I like to, number one, get elected. I hate to talk to stuff. A lot of people, they set up, I know that even when I ran, Hillary had an office set up where they were interviewing all the, I don't want to do that. I want to get elected first, and then we'll cram a little bit. But, you know, I don't like doing it. No, I remember she set up this big office. They're interviewing people for jobs. And actually, you're supposed to do it. But I want to win. I want to win in 5 days from now. It's almost 4 days from now, right? In 5 days from now, when we have a victory, we're going to have the best people. Here's the one difference, one big difference between now and 2016. I know Washington and the people through testing, real testing, better than probably any human being that's ever hired people. So I went from not knowing anybody and having to rely on, in all fairness, Mike Pence and many other people. I had Mike Pence, and I had others, and they would recommend people. Sloppy Chris Christie recommended some people. And I wouldn't have used him had I known. But you rely on people. And by the way, you know, I hate talking about this because we had mostly great people. Think of it. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We rebuilt the entire U.S. military. We defeated ISIS, and we had no wars. We cut more regulations than anybody in the history of the country ×5. And, you know, but we had the best economy in the history of our country. I took in billions and billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs from China. I mean, we had an unbelievably successful administration. We were energy independent. We didn't need anybody's energy. We had so much oil, we didn't know what to do with it. And now take a look. 4 years ago, we were energy independent. Think of it. And today we're taking tar from Venezuela. You know, they don't really have oil, they have tar. You have to heat the hell out of it. It costs you more to heat it than it does to sell it. But we are going to Venezuela. Think of it. Venezuela was like the enemy. We are now giving, you know, I got a kick a month ago, you saw it. They foreclosed on his plane, but they give him billions of dollars. I said, that's okay. He's going to buy a much better plane with the money we give him, right? But we go to Venezuela for oil. We were energy independent. We have more liquid gold, that's oil and gas, under our feet than Saudi Arabia, than Russia. And we were going to be not only energy independent, within 6 months, we were going to be energy dominant. We started off at number 4. And when I left, 4 years later, we were number 1. We were much better and bigger than Russia or Saudi Arabia. Think of that. But we were going to be triple the size of both. And we were going to supply it to Europe. We were going to supply it to Asia. All over the world, we were going to supply. We would have made a fortune. But then we had a little mishap with the election where I got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. You do know that. More than any sitting president. The only one that supposedly got more votes, and I wouldn't believe it, was Sleepy Joe Biden, who campaigned brilliantly from his basement. People had no interest in this guy, but he got more votes than anybody in the history of the United States of America. So anyway, so bad things happened, but we had something going that nobody had. I mean, we had an unbelievably successful administration, but I also put in some people that, in retrospect, I wouldn't have used. But I had to rely on other people for recommendations. Now, I know everybody. I know the dumb ones, the smart ones, the weak ones, the strong ones. I think I know everybody, and you know, I've got people that I think will be great. With that being said, you pick people, and sometimes they disappoint you. Everybody knows that. And then you pick people, and sometimes they turn out to be better than you thought. But for the most part, I tell you what, I think we have some incredible people in Washington. We really do. We have some great people, and I now know, I believe, for the most part, I know who those people are.
Do you think Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk will be influential figures, without being specific about what those roles will be, in your administration?
Yeah, I do. I think so. Look, Bobby, let's talk two of them. Elon's so great. You know where he is right now? He's in Pennsylvania campaigning for me. Elon. That rocket ship, right? No, it's so great. He docked that big monster, 22 stories. I thought the sucker was going to be, you know, it's a very crazy story. I mean, I saw it coming in on television. I was talking to I told the story tonight, but I thought it was a very, you know, I'm talking to this very important guy, not as important as Tucker, but important. A big shot. Somebody everybody would know. Talking to him, I'm bored, stiff. He's a boring guy.
Who is he?
So anyway, no, I'm talking to this very big shot, important guy, and I have the television muted. This thing's going on, you know, the whole thing was really boring. Then I see this monster thing coming down. I see fire all over, fire left, right, and I'm looking, I'm saying, hey, could you hold it a minute? Yeah, sure. I said, yeah, I just want to see something. I put the phone down. I sort of forgot, and I didn't pick him up for like 50 minutes, and 5-0. And you know what? Because of the fact that I was president, and I very well might be president again, he held on the whole time. Can you believe it? But it's true. I picked the phone up. I say, oh, shit, the phone. Hello? Hello? He goes, hello? The poor guy. But I had to see this. And I turn it on. I see the. Now, you have to understand, it left. I saw it leave, and it was beautiful white paint. Now it's coming down, and it's just dark brown. It's coming down at 10,000 miles an hour or something. I think it's 10,000. It's coming down at levels of speed that nobody ever even conceived of. And it's all burned, and it's rough. But it's coming, and now it's turned around. It turns around. And you have the gantry, the big, beautiful gantry. And it's coming, and it's going to, I said, oh, it's going to crash, because you see at that bottom, this section right here, that sucker's, oh, I'm going, come on, baby. Come on. And I didn't know, actually, if I'm watching a science fiction movie or am I watching the news. I didn't know what the hell I'm watching. But I see this thing coming down, and all of a sudden it's going into the steel, the big steel gantry up here. It goes, the thing's like 20 stories tall, too. It's going to crash. I said, oh, shit, it's going to crash. Coming down. And the lower section, right, it's coming right, it's ready. And then all of a sudden, whoa, fire, flames come pouring out of the lower section. It's jets. And they're pushing it over right here. And then it comes down. And I'm saying, I mean, is that the coolest thing you've ever seen, right? Is that the coolest? If you don't think I want a guy like that working for us, so, you know, we've got to cherish our brilliant people. They don't treat him right. We've got to cherish our brilliant people because we don't have too many of them. Nobody does. Nobody does. So, Elon, talk Elon first. Elon wants to, by the way, I'm having a great time up here. Are you having a good time? This guy. Is he the greatest interviewer? He asked me one little question. I talked for 20 minutes, and they're going to say he's better than Larry King at his prime, right?
It's an easy job.
Is that the greatest?
you're an easy interview.
He is great at what he does. There's few like him, I will tell you that. So with Elon, here's a theory, and he's right, that there's unbelievable waste and fraud. Like, I saved much more than $1 billion when I came into the White House in one day when I said I'm not going to pay that much to Boeing for Air Force One. And they ended up taking like much more than $1 billion off the price. It took about a couple of weeks, you know, saying I'm not buying it. No, I don't want it. But there's a plane that you're saving much more than $1 billion. And you've got thousands of things like that. Not as much, and in some cases, much more. They're building an aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford. The thing came in like at $20 billion for a boat, $20 billion. And it doesn't work because they decided to use electric catapults that throws the planes off instead of steam. They decided to go electric. Why are they people that going all electric? By the way, I'd end the electric mandate on cars day one. You should have electric, but you got to have gasoline. You got to have everything. That'll come off on day one. Many things will be done on day one. Your head will spin when you see what's going to happen, the stupidity. But what I like about Elon, you know, Elon's a great cost cutter. And Elon thinks he can cut the costs of our government by $2 trillion. Think of it. That's the entire deficit, you know, because it's now at a level. By the way, we have the biggest deficit we've ever had under this stupid group of people. But he thinks he can cut $2 trillion without affecting anybody, just through, and I think he can do that. I do, I believe that. And that's really what he wants to do. He doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to become a secretary of something. I mean, I'd love to have him, to be honest with you. But he doesn't want to. He's doing a couple of other things, you know, like rocket ships. You know, he sends, Tucker, he sends 92% of the rockets that go up are his rockets. Think of that. Russia, China, and us, 92% are him. And he's the only one. I asked him, I said, are you the only one that can do that? He's the only one that can land it like that. And he said it'll be years before they can do it. He's a great guy. He wants to cut costs. That's what he wants to do. He wants to save the country. He said that if Trump doesn't get elected, the country is finished because, you know, he understands me. And I understand. I got to know him a little bit in the White House, but much more so over the last few months. He endorsed me. He gave me an endorsement that was so beautiful. He said, if Trump doesn't win, I think this country is finished. He's worried about the country. He's worried about it. He thinks he can save $2 trillion, in which case we don't have a deficit. I mean, the whole thing would be $2 trillion a year, by the way, a year. And I will definitely know Bobby is great. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about with Bobby, so I want him to work on health, and I think there's nobody like it. I mean, I think he's right with so much of the things he's talking about, because, you know, we're not a healthy country. If you look at some of the countries in Europe, they're much more healthy than us. We're a rich country. I mean, you know, we got to get rid of a little debt, but that's okay. I've typically been very good at that. I've been very proficient at that. I've had it both ways. I've had a lot of debt and I've had very little debt. And as you get older, having very little debt is much better, believe me. But you know what? He really wants to, with the pesticides and the, you know, all the different things. I said he can do it. He can do anything he wants. He wants to look at the vaccines. He wants everything. I think it's great. I think it's great. The only thing I say to Bobby is leave the liquid gold under our feet alone. We want to have a little gasoline. Because you know what I'm going to do? We're going to unleash much of that. And we're going to, you know, Germany tried to go all green and they almost destroyed their country. And that was the end of Angela, by the way. That was it for Angela. They went all green. They had windmills all over the place. And the wind stopped blowing for a couple of weeks. And that was almost the end of Germany, actually. But the only thing, and I say it jokingly, but I say, Bobby, I love you looking at health. I want you to take care of the women of this country, the men of this country, and the children of this country. You don't have to worry about anybody else. But the one thing you got to do for me, Bobby, is leave what's under my feet, the oil and gas. You leave that to me, Bobby, because we're gonna make so much damn money, and it's clean. It's gonna make it clean. We're gonna make, you know, look, China doesn't have that. That's why China's going electric. If we go electric, we're playing right into their hands. We have oil and gas. They don't. They have things for making the batteries and other things. They're going to make the electric cars. We're not going to be making the electric cars. The problem with the electric cars, and I think they're great in a smaller application, they don't go far, they cost too much, and they're going to be made in China. 3 minor problems, okay? But if you listen to this government, they want to make army tanks electric because they want to invade countries with their army tanks in a very friendly way from the pollution standpoint. The whole thing. You know what you have to do? The batteries are so big, they have a design where the army tank is going in and they have like a wagon, like a child's wagon with these massive batteries.
We're going to have these green wars?
These people are crazy. No, they want trucks to be all electric. The problem is they don't go far. That's a problem. You know what else is a problem? So the trucking industry comes to see me because they think I'm going to win. And they come in to see me. And these guys come in, and they're great guys. They've been in like Roger Penske. How good is Roger Penske? The guy's won, but he's in the trucking business too. He's won like 19 Indianapolis 5. Think of how good this guy is. Japan spends billions on coming up with a race car. Germany spends billions. I don't know if they've ever won, maybe 1 or 2. Roger Penske is an incredible guy. He won 19 Indianapolis 500s. It might even be 20. That was 2 years ago. I gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom because I said he deserves it. After the 19th, I said he deserves it. But the truckers came in to see me. They say, sir, they want us to go all electric and it'll destroy the industry. Why? Because a truck is 2.5 times heavier if it's run by a battery. I said, that's not good. I don't like that. What does that do to the bridge? He said, how did you pick it up so fast, sir? Every bridge in the United States would have to be rebuilt. Every roadway would have, because they're not set for that kind of weight. Little problem. They don't go far, right? They only go. I said, how many times would you, New York to LA, how many times would you have to stop? 6 times, sir, 6. How many times would you have to stop if you loaded up with diesel fuel? We wouldn't have to stop at all, and we can come back a little bit of a ways, too. I said, that's a problem. They have a lot of problems, right? Another problem is the battery is much bigger than the tanks of diesel, so it would take a lot of their payload out. You know? I said, have you explained this to the government? Yes. What do they say? We don't care. We want all electric. You know, I mean, these are problems that fairly short-term are absolutely insurmountable, but the government is pushing them anyway. So we have to bring common sense back to our country. We have to have borders. We have to have fair elections. You know, we shouldn't be worried about how they're stealing in Pennsylvania and how we should have fair elections. We should have one-day elections, all paper ballots, voter ID, and we're finished.
So I know you've been up. Your schedule is, and this is not a talking point, your schedule is beyond belief, and I know you've been working since 6 a.m. this morning. I don't even know what time it is or what time zone we're in. So this is my last question to you. But after almost 10 years of doing this, going around the country speaking to huge audiences, almost a decade, you're 4 days from, that's it. How do you, are you sad about that? How do you feel?
So, you know, we have these rallies, and it's nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter. Isn't it really nice? And because you can't have successful rallies if you're reading, oh, they were, wah. Everybody would pick up, and we have great rallies. We have the greatest rallies. Even look at this crowd, although I would assume they're here for Tucker, mostly Tucker. Look at this crowd of people you have here. This is not a normal... This isn't normal.
Handsome people, too.
No, this isn't a normal situation. I mean, what the hell time is it? And you go back, this is a monster building. I don't know how many people you have here, but you also have a lot of people outside. When we were driving up, there were thousands of people outside. So I was making a couple of days ago, and I said something that I've never said. I said, you know, I've been doing this for 9 years, and you've been with me. This is the greatest political movement in history, by far. By far. It's MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. I'm going to be nice to him. When our president, when our slightly off, I mean, look at the way he performed in the debate. They should have never taken it away from him. Look at the way he performed. He was brilliant. Okay, so, but they knew that a long time ago, okay? And she knew that too. And our country's in danger. We're dealing with Kim Jong-un. We're dealing with we're dealing, by the way, with unbelievably smart, talented, vicious people that are at the top of their game. And we're dealing with people that, number one, aren't smart. They never were. They never were. She wasn't. She was a bad student. She couldn't pass her damn law exam, okay? She wasn't smart, and he was definitely not smart. And we're dealing with other people that are at the absolute top of the poll, and we can't do that. That's a great danger, and people should have let us know. But I was talking, and I said, we've been doing this together for 9 years. You know, we love these people. The people are so great. They were sitting, it was like a sea of red, the red hat. And I said, we've been doing this together for 9 years because, you know, a year before I started, in terms of before we won, almost a year anyway. And I said, you know what? It's sad in a way because there's never been rallies like this. When that sleazebag said during the debate, she said, oh, your rallies aren't well attended and people leave. They don't leave, and they're really well intended. We can't get places big enough. And then I said, no, you know, the rallies are the biggest in history. We never have it, just like this is a part of a rally. We never had an empty seat, and nobody leaves early. And you know what? If I saw people leaving, you know what I'd do? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make America great again. Goodbye, everybody. And everybody would be happy. Nobody would leave. But we don't have to do that. Nobody leaves. It's a love fest. It's never happened before. This has never happened before. He's a big fan of Ronald Reagan, so am I. But if Ronald Reagan, let's say, went to New Mexico like I did today, we probably had 25,000 people standing in an airport early in the morning today. But we have massive crowds. Look, we had 107,000 people in New Jersey. We had 101,000 people in Butler just a few weeks ago, right? We had 114,000 people in California a month ago, right? 114,000. The owner said, the person that has the land, a nice guy, he said, you get bigger crowds than these guys that play guitars. And I don't have a guitar. So this has been a love fest. But I said, and I meant it too, I said, you know, we've done this for 9 years, and it's sad. I never thought of it, actually. It'll never happen. It'll never happen again. It's never going to happen again. In 4 years, somebody's going to be running. Could be JD. It could be this one. By the way, he's doing a good job.
The best.
He's doing a good job, but it could be JD, and he'll have competition no matter what. But when you have a rally, they're going to have 250 or 300 people. If Ronald Reagan came back from the dead at the height of Ronald Reagan, if he went to California to have a rally, he'd have 250, 300 people in a ballroom someplace. We have 50, 60, 70, 80, 100,000 people. And in all fairness, we're late. I don't know. I have no idea. I've been doing this all day. I have no idea what time it is. But I know it's not exactly prime time for doing this stuff. And you look up into the rafters of this massive building, and you don't have, there's no empty seat. There's no anything. It's by the way, and for whatever reason, I can't explain the reason, but it'll never happen again. And there'll be somebody running, and he'll be the hot one next year, and he'll come here, and he'll go there, and he'll have 200, 300 people. That's what it's going to be. My consultants was telling me that. Said, we've consulted for 25 years. If we'd have 300 people, we were thrilled. If we'd have 200 people, we were thrilled. And you have like 30, 40, 50, 60. In South Carolina, we had 88,000 people. In Alabama, we had 68,000 people. It's an amazing phenomenon. And I'm not giving myself, it's just, I'm giving you the credit. You're tired of being the stupid country. We've become a stupid country. We were run by stupid people, and you're tired of it. So I said to myself the other day, Tucker, it's sad. And I was telling the people, because it'll never happen again. This is never going to happen again. I don't care. I just don't believe it. It's never happened in any country. When Biden got up with the red background, the pink background, and he looked like the devil, he looked so stupid, right? And he said, we will stop MAGA. MAGA, we're going to... I said, listen, you stupid bastard. MAGA means, because I think if you asked him what does it mean, he doesn't know. MAGA means make America great again. That's what MAGA means. So, for the first time, I never said it to anybody. I never really thought about it that much. But all of a sudden, it was down to like maybe 10 or 8 or 9 days, a few days ago, right? I said, you know, in 10 days, this will never happen again because I'm not running again, and you're going to lose interest. We're going to meet, but we're going to meet on a different basis. We're going to meet on the basis of fixing our country, and we'll meet, but it'll be different than having rallies and having, you know, things where you have elections and all. It's never going to be what we've done together. We got to win, first of all, but we are leading. Just keep the cheating down. The only thing can stop us is the cheating. It's the only thing that can stop us. If we win, it's the biggest event in political history. It's the biggest event in political history. And there's something, and it's going to be the most important. I believe that the next election is the most important election in the history of the country. I really believe that. The one that's coming up in 4 days. But I said to myself, it's sad. I told the people. Some people are in the road, they're crying. They go, we have people that have gone to 200 and 250 rallies. We have the beautiful ladies of North Carolina. We have the front row Joes. I mean, we have people that have gone to hundreds of rallies. I said, this will never happen again. I don't believe it will. I don't think it'll ever happen again. And we'll get together, but it'll be different. We're going to get together, and we're going to make America great again. We're going to fix our country. We're going to have strong borders, and we're going to have fair elections, and hopefully we'll get a fair press eventually, because that's a very important element. You need a fair press. He and I understand the press because you give them a story, you know exactly everything that happened, and they'll write it the opposite, like the exact opposite. They'll write it to actually hurt you. It's hard to believe. That's the other thing. You wonder, why do they do that? It's so bad. And they've lost such credibility. You know, when I first came to politics, the news, the press, had a 92% approval rating. Yesterday, it hit 14%. And I'm actually very proud of that. because I've exposed them for being a total fraud. They're a fraud. But hopefully they won't be a fraud for long. Hopefully that'll straighten out, because that's a very important, the press, a free press, a real press, is a very important part of greatness, of making a country great. They're almost like the glue that keeps it together, but they're also like, in a way, a police force that keeps it honest. But they're so dishonest that they have no credibility. Think of it, 60 Minutes asks her a question. And you know, I brought a lawsuit on this today. You saw that? 60 Minutes, because it's so wrong. She gives an answer that only a moron would give. You can give bad answers, but this was an answer that a person who is not a smart person, a person who got the lowest score, perhaps in the history of the bar exams, okay? You know, she failed the bar exam, okay? But this is a person, this is a very low IQ individual. This is the answer of a very low IQ individual. And by the way, I think everybody that runs for president or vice president should have cognitive tests. They should have testing because, you know, and I don't mean by age, because, you know, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s, in the 80 period, because there is an experience thing and other things. Some of the greatest leaders in history, you look back, and I know many people that are in their 80s that are, I know one person from 80 to 90 made billions of dollars, and he was a failure for his whole life. And you know him, I'll tell you who it is later. But he was a failure for his whole life. But I said to myself, it's sad that in a way, this whole great thing that we've built is never going to happen again. But what is going to happen again is we're going to turn our country around, we're going to make it great, and we're going to be so proud of ourselves because we have to save our country. Our country is going bad. We're a failing nation. We are, as I say, we are a nation in decline. We are a nation in very serious decline. And look at what these stupid people have done. They've allowed Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and others to get together in a group. This is impossible to think. When I was a young guy, I always loved the whole thing, the concept of the history and all of the things that can happen. The one thing, and I had a professor at the Wharton School of Finance, but we had history classes also. He said, the one thing you never want to happen is you never want Russia and China uniting. We united them because of the oil. We united them. Biden united them. It's a shame. The stupidity of what they've done. Well, I'm going to have to ununite them, and I think I can do that too. I have to ununite them. But early on, I've read, and you've learned, you never want Russia and China, and they're natural enemies because Russia has massive land and China needs it. Okay? They need that land. China doesn't have the land for the population. Russia has, if you ever look at the size of the Russian landmass, it's like 4 times or 5 times. Doesn't it have like 12 time zones or something? It's massive. They're a natural enemy, and we've allowed them to get together. It's such a dangerous thing. Another thing that we're doing is we're losing the dollar as the standard because of these people that are so, if we lose the dollar as the standard, that's like losing a war, and it'll never happen with me. There's no way that will happen with me. We got to put it back together. We cannot, that is like losing a war. So we're going to get together, and hopefully we'll get together a lot, but we're going to get together, and I think it's going to be very happy times. We're going to put our country back together, and we're going to make it the greatest country in the world again. And you're going to be very proud of all these rallies that we had. And I just want to thank you for being here so late in the evening. I've been doing this all day, and this guy is fantastic.
President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.